Oof. Alright. We're yet to continue with the murders on the Yangtze River. And so far, these few chapters I've gone through so far, not bad, pretty good. Yes, more mysteries in old China, Qing Dynasty area, I think. According to the glossary in the game. Alright, just gotta check what. Okay, this is. Oh, this is autosave data. Yeah, this is after. So yes, we managed to apprehend two murderers who were both very fanatic about their own, about, I guess, murder mystery literature, or I guess detective fictions. But yes, we put them to justice, and well, whatever punishments awaits them is probably going to be some horrible beating or some kind, or some sort of torturous punishment in ancient China.
Soldiers found the armed guards at Ma Ta Wei's residence that has not been disposed of yet. Several scratches were also found on them. This case should be a solid one, without a doubt.
That's good to know.
Mr. Shen is truly a master detective, having successfully solved 2 cases in a row.
Your praise is too kind, Judge Chong.
And we owe much to Afu's assistance too.
Let's check on Auntie Vu.
You really are awesome.
Auntie Vu, thank you.
I'm talking about Mr. Shen. You should learn from him.
Certainly I should. Auntie, it is your analysis that has provided direction for this case.
You're being modest. If you hadn't exposed Ma Ta Wei's plot, I'd have almost become his accomplice.
Well, may I consult you about a question regarding the posture of a corpse?
Go ahead. Shen Junping introduced the characteristics of the corpse to Auntie Vu. What you described, called opisthotonosis, strongly resembles Yangtze poison.
What? Yangtze poison?
A poison made from Nux vomica. After ingestion, it causes intense full-body contortions and agonizing pain. It results in a posture where the head and feet meet, resembling being tracked, hence the name.
What a horrible thing. The toxin component of Nux vomica is known as strychnine in Western medicine. The London police have carefully examined the body and found no traces of strychnine.
I'm not an expert in Western medicine, but since you say so, it must have been repeatedly verified.
Yes.
Forensic science is vast and profound, and I only have a superficial understanding of it. I will discuss with the old coroners I know and reply to you later.
Thank you, Auntie Vu.
Lord, I met a boatman at the dock just now. He seems to be looking for Mr. Shen.
Shen, Uncle Wong's here to pick us up.
In that case, you two should hurry up and hit the road. Officer Ma is being held in another cell, but I still intend to have a chat with him.
Judge Chong, let us part ways here then. Okay, same deal. Young lad, nice to see you again. Would you like me to help you improve your detective skills? Right now, I don't want to become the next target like Master Lo. Okay, people's aspirations change quickly. It's alright, I have other books here. Shall we take a look at this book? New Tales of Mr. Braggadocio. And this book, The New Story of the Stone, was surely open your mind after reading it.
A new story of the stone is related to opening one's mind?
Hi, Pyro. You have no idea what this book is about. It tells a sci-fi story of someone brought back to life and using a submarine to travel everywhere.
I want to read it.
Changta, the case has been solved. It was Officer Ma who killed Miss Liu.
Yes, I heard about it.
Thanks to your ironwork manual, we were able to bring Officer Ma to justice.
I'm glad it was helpful.
The two detectives also enjoy the rice case, knowing they like to eat buns. Okay. Afu, what are you looking for?
Huh?
What? How come Mr. Cow's pastry stalls are gone? I suppose it must have been closed down after selling out. Well, I was planning to get some steamed buns to take on the road. Yeah, let's go explore the other parts of the area first before we do anything. Oh. Soldier, why did you tear down the notice?
Ultro has checked it. It's useless now.
Huh? Why? The Imperial examination system was abolished years ago. This is not a real exam pass list.
The abolition of the Imperial examination. In 1900, the Eight-Nation Alliance occupied Beijing, dealing a severe blow to the Qing government. To salvage the situation, Empress Dowager Cixi announced the implementation of reforms the following year, including reforms to the Imperial examination system.
What's the Eight-Nation Alliance?
The system of reforms abolished the eight-legged essay focused on current affairs and practical matters, and transformed old academies into modern schools. The transition was originally planned to take this place gradually over in 10 years, but opposition conservatives grew increasingly strong. In 1905, Zhang Zhidong and others petitioned for the immediate abolition of the Imperial examination system. Shortly thereafter, Empress Dowager Cixi issued an edict formally ending the 1,000-year-old Imperial examination system.
What's the story behind this list then? It must have been prepared specifically for Mr. Cho.
Old Cho spent his whole life taking the exams. The Imperial examination system was abolished. It's hard for him to accept. I suppose it's better to let him believe the exam still exists than to have no hope at all. It's not too much trouble for me to come and stick one up every year either.
Good dog. Let's explore this side before we go. Oh, bamboo basket. Oh. Huh? Tiantian, why are you hiding here?
Earlier, Tintin was eavesdropping on a conversation and then fell asleep.
What did you hear then?
Someone said Master Lo is a fraud, and everyone sighed and went back to their rooms feeling sad. Tintin has been saying all along that Master Lo is a bad person. Next time, Tintin will tell Sister Liu about this news.
Oh, who's gonna tell him?
It seems that Tintin is still unaware of Miss Liu's death.
He'll definitely be saddened once he finds out. Yes, unfortunately. Alright, now let's get the hell out of here. Away. Oh, we can look at this. Shun, with the exam system abolished, does it mean the scholars' lifelong studies are all wasted? Rather than saying your studies were wasted, you could say the purpose of learning has changed. But the old scholars already at an advanced age. Lo Pei and Lo Shiwen are also scholars. Did they begin to write novels because of this? Reform is like a torrential stream, and people inevitably get swept up in it. Why was the imperial examination system abolished then? To introduce modern schools and education. Old practices need to be abolished. This is the way of development. I'm actually curious though, as to what the imperial examination system was like then. Because if it's fundamentally different from modern schools, then I wonder how it actually worked. Could use some inspiration for my D&D setting. What voice do I give you? You know what? Since Officer Ma got arrested, I'll use the same voice. Oh my, you are finally back. I'm sorry, Uncle Wong. We encountered a case that caused delays. I figured it would be like this. Let's hurry and get on the boat first. Well, to the steamboat. I guess this must be like a rowboat. Well, yeah. Oh, there's another boat there and another boat there. Ambience. I can only partially understand what it says on the right. I only recognize a few characters. There's just the Shui character, there's the... oh, and it's gone. And we're back at the steamboat. Oh, I guess that was just a one-off character. Shipmaster, with this flywheel we can continue our journey. Shipmaster Lo, oh my god. What's with people and having Lo as a name? Is that a common name?
Afu, you look just like your father. Relentless in experiments, neglecting anything else.
Oh, has he burned a generator while experimenting?
The things he's burnt are much bigger than generators. When there's time later, I'll tell you more. For now, let's just replace this flywheel.
Okay. Detective, yes. Detective indeed. It's been truly a long day, hasn't it? Indeed. 2 consecutive murder cases in a single day. Shun, have you had a busy day too? You've had a busy day too. Get some rest now. No rush. I need to make some case records. I haven't slept all night either. Why not take a break? Blacksmith Ta helped me make a spring. I want to install it in my invention. What new invention do you have now? It's a secret. Once I finish it, you'll find out.
Don't burn the generator again.
Don't worry, I'll pay attention to the voltage this time. 2 days later. Shun, the captain has steered the ship towards Yangtze.
Sure, let's visit the Golden Words publishing house. Hopefully we'll discover something there.
Shun, how about telling me more about that case? I can help you.
Certainly, I was planning to go through the case again from the beginning.
Shun, are the details of the crime in Lope's novel really identical to this case?
Indeed. It all started 3 years ago. 3 years ago, I was studying law in Boston. In August of the same year, I received a message from Joseph, a good friend of my brother, informing me that my brother had died mysteriously in his apartment in London. Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to travel to London.
Wellington Bar. Oh sweet, new drip.
The green house ahead is where my brother met his fate.
Actually, speaking of outfits, skewed robe. Yeah, that's the ordinary suit. And the year of the long outfit. So, okay, that's just dragon. That's just dragon. I gotta see now, but I'm gonna leave it open for the stream of reviews. Thank you, Pyro. Mystic gray suit. Oh, I guess like that's okay. I think that's only this. I'm only getting this outfit for this flashback. Oh, stuck to this outfit for this flashback.
This is the place. Hello, may I ask if this is Officer Jones?
Yeah.
I'm John Shun, brother of Brian Shun. My close friend Brian Shun's younger brother.
My close friend Brian Shun's younger brother, John Shun, is about to arrive in London.
Wait, hold on. Is this a... I think that's supposed to say Chun Chun Ping talking.
Please guide him to... please guide... okay.
Oh wait, no, he's reading. Oh no, he's reading the letter. Right. Wait, no, we're fine.
Please guide him to inspect Brian's death scene and facilitate his access to the case files. Joseph Iscariot Bell.
Scotland Yard.
In 1829, the British Parliament passed the Modern Professional Police Act for the first time, establishing a Metropolitan Police Service, with its headquarters located at 4 Whitehall Square. Because the public entrance faces the Great Scotland Yard Street, the public gradually referred to the London Police as Scotland Yard. Its jurisdiction covers 32 boroughs such as Westminster and Camden. Since it's Joseph's request, I'll surely coordinate with you. I'm Cody Jones. Investigating your brother's case, just call me Jones. Just call me Jones.
Thank you for your help.
Speaking of which, your brother's scene looks rather eerie. Young man, you sure you want to take a step in?
I'm sure.
Alright. After checking the scene, come over to the office. We'll sort out some paperwork. Say, we can wrap up the case then.
You guys again? How many times you come without invite? Is police station 2 free, or whole London only has case in my place?
Mrs. Chen, sorry for giving you a heads up today.
Actually, no, I think I've used this voice.
Brought important person, huh? Move aside. Look, they really do look alike. These two brothers.
The younger brother is even more handsome than the elder brother.
Auntie Joe. In the letters my brother sent me before, he often mentioned your care for him.
A good man, your brother. Ambitious and talented. Bad luck, such things happened.
Mrs. Chung, come we first.
Take off shoes first, don't dirty my cupboard. Keep windows shut, bad energy if open. Every time you come, my house is a mess. My medicine on stove. Knock it over, see what happens.
Nay bother, dinner fast yourself. We didn't mean to intrude overmuch. Theoretically speaking, this should be
last trip? That's not what the sign says. Signs say, you foreigners, you will have more visits. Alright, come in, stick close to your esteemed guest.
Esteemed guest?
Without him, you break my face today. Compensate me. It's cloison. Expensive.
Vice.
Oh!
See, I told you. This room is his studio. The murder happened right here. He often locks himself inside, researching. I don't understand what he is researching either.
Thank you, Auntie Chung, for your help.
Young man, take your time to look around. You, walk careful. Don't break my things again.
Oi, I really hope this is the last time I'm stepping in here.
Officer Jones, could you please tell me about the situation at that time?
Of course. That afternoon was 2:05. We got a telegram saying there's been a murder in this room. We went upstairs to check. Found the locked door fray inside. Had to break the door lock open. Once inside, we saw the victim lying around the eerie pose on the chair. A dagger plunged into his chest. His expression was awfully strange. A lot of pain, but half of his face seems to be smiling.
What kind of dagger is it? Is there anything special about it?
Nothing remarkable in appearance, light in weight, but razor sharp.
What is the current direction of the police investigation? Have you identified any suspects yet?
I thought Joseph had already filled you in on this. Well, Mr. Shen, based on the evidence gathered so far, the police have come to the conclusion your brother took his own life.
Suicide? Impossible. My brother would never kill himself.
The room was sealed off at the time of the incident. All doors and windows were locked from the inside. The only key was in your brother's own hand. Not just that, but the weapon only had his own fingerprints on it as well. I cannot hide. Oh, yeah. Ooh, almost missed that. Fingerprint identification. Fingerprint identification can be traced back to the Qin Dynasty, 221 to 207 BCE, where fingerprinting on sealing wax was used for sealing important letters. By Tang and Song dynasties, theories related to identifying individuals by fingerprints were already in existence. In 1788, the German anatomist Johann Christoph Andreas Meyer was the first to propose that no two individuals have identical fingerprints, which gradually led to the formation of modern fingerprint science in the 19th century. At the beginning of the 20th century, police stations in cities like Qingdao and Shanghai established fingerprint registration departments, marking one of the symbols of judicial appraisal reform in the late Qing dynasty.
Yeah, okay.
Again, it's hard to accept. My condolences.
Examine the door. There is a wooden door with a round lock. The lock is already damaged.
When we got here, the doorknob was locked from the inside, so we had to force the door open.
Officer Jones, was my brother sitting in this chair at the time of death?
Strictly speaking, he was not sitting in the chair, but leaning on it in a very peculiar posture. His head and lower limbs were bent downward, while his body arches up like a bow.
How could this be?
We've looked into all sorts, but there's no definitive answer. They rule out that he got a massive fright or pain reaction at the very moment of his passing.
Ooh. Brian.
Mr. Shun, you alright, pal? You look as if you just come back from the depths of hell.
Can I take a closer look around here?
Please go ahead.
An asbestos mesh with burn marks on it. The corner of the asbestos mesh is tied with a wire, and the middle part has been replaced with wax?
It might have been used for experiments, as asbestos mesh is a common tool in labs.
Shroud black with a thin iron wire tied at each corner. The central asbestos has been replaced. Drops of blood on the floor, as well as the edges of the chair, which had already coagulated. There were no bloodstains in the room except near the chair. Officer, how were the bloodstains distributed in my brother's clothes at the time?
There were a wee bit of bloodstains on the clothing near the dagger, but aside from that, there was no clear flow direction, neither to the left, right, up, nor down. Down.
An unburnt scrap of paper, seemingly made of oiled paper. See, it seems there was some writing on it, but it's impossible to recognize it. There were many scattered paper ashes around the chair.
Not just around the chair, but there were quite a few paper ashes on your brother's body. I heard that in the East, you burn paper during ancestral worship ceremonies. Do you recognize this has any connection to your brother's passing?
Ancestral worship ceremonies?
Indeed, Mrs. Chung mentioned that August 15th, according to your calendar, is a special holiday.
That day was the Ghost Festival, and also the anniversary of my father's death.
So you're suggesting that oh my god. So you're suggesting on that day your brother was performing ancestral worship for your father?
It's not possible. Our relationship with our father was not good, and we never done such a thing before.
Also, I just missed the goddamn prompt. I'll look at it later.
Is this shape a key?
Aye, we took it as evidence in our investigation. This is the sole key to the room, and we discovered it gripped in Brian's left hand. There were only your brother's fingerprints on the key.
Officer Jones, if my brother's body was contorted when he was killed, how was he leaning on the chair?
Let me do a wee sketch for you. Here's how he and the chair were set up in that moment. The victim's body and the chair found a fine equilibrium, a delicate balance. I'm not sure if that was a coincidence.
Yeah. Brian, what exactly happened? Brian, what exactly happened? Yeah. I won't let you die like this without knowing the truth. I will definitely find the murderer and bring them to justice. What else is there to look at? Bloodstain here. When my brother's body was found, it was contorted. His body and the chair achieved a delicate balance. The white circle represents the position and the posture of my brother when he was killed. I can't let him die like this without knowing the truth.
I need to look at that. What else is there for me to look at?
No.
Deep claw marks on the chair legs, with slight traces of blood on them. Brian, what exactly did you experience?
Hungry Ghost Festival. Oh yeah, I know this one. The Hungry Ghost Festival, also known as Zhongyuan Festival, is a traditional Chinese festival observed on the 15th day of the 7th month in the lunar calendar. In ancient times, during the 7th month of the lunar calendar, the emperor presented the newly harvested organs to the ancestral temple to repay his blessings of the gods, ghosts, and ancestors. And Buddhism believers held a Bon festival ceremony on the day according to the Ulambana Sutra, offering sacrifices to monks and returning merit to their parents. In Taoism, it is said that the Emperor of the Central Plains, the highest official in the land, forgives the sins of the dead on this day. People offer flowers and fruits, set up altars, and recite scriptures, praying for the Emperor to forgive their ancestors and to also save other souls.
A beam of light that shines through the skylight onto the chair where the murder occurred. What is this? The skylight window frame shows scorch marks, and the marks appear to be fresh.
Oh, indeed, those are scorch marks. Even though it's unclear what caused them, this is unrelated to the case.
How can you tell?
The skylight is very high and without a ladder, there's no way one can reach it. Mrs. Chung's house doesn't have that. Besides, we inspected the skylight and it's locked from the inside of the house. Thick dust on the glass, no suggestions of being no signs of being touched or tampered with. Say it's highly probable that those scorch marks were made for the incident. This is your brother's studio, and the marks on the window are likely caused by experiments.
Several books on the desk, including Principles of Chemistry and the Interpretation of Dreams. It seems like these are books that Brian often read. Each book spied some ink stains. The arrangement seems to have a certain pattern. Officer Jones, may I organize these books?
Oi, the police investigation is done, and they're know your property.
Oh, this is a puzzle. Okay, let's see here. Okay, that does not match.
Indeed, the ink stains on the books are spread diagonally. These ink stains indeed appear to be flicked from a fountain pen. There's a break in the middle of the ink stain, as if one book is missing. Clearly, another book in the middle has been taken. Could you please tell me the police took a book with the ink stains on its spine from the scene?
No.
Could it be that the killer took the book?
Seems difficult to confirm if the book was missing then or if it had been gone for a while. Mr. Shun, you need to trust the police. Deny you assume there's a killer on your own.
Seven candles are arranged on the ground in the shape of a Big Dipper. Each candle is securely fixed to the floor with wax by someone.
It looks like some kind of mysterious Eastern ritual.
The Big Dipper.
Okay, so Brian... Oh, is Brian his older brother? I'm guessing Brian's his older brother. Wait, I think... whatever. Oh wait, is this other consciousness of Sheng Chunping is supposed to be Brian, his older or younger brother, or his brother. In that case, I'll just probably use that voice.
Chunping, can you still find the Big Dipper? Right there. And looking in the direction of the spoon's handle, you can find the North Star. The North Star is the only star that remains fixed at the North Celestial Pole. Therefore, travelers use it as a guide for direction when they are away from home. Find the North Star anywhere. It guides you back home from afar.
Since the candles are arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper, the position of Polaris is near the desk. Is there anything special about the desk?
I didn't find anything special on the desk either. If I had to say, there are some marks on the candles instead.
Tell me quickly.
You see, on the side of the candle, there's a shadow scratch. The yin next to it also has one. Interestingly, these two scratches are on the same horizontal plane.
Indeed, they are quite suspicious. Could they be traces left by the murderer?
The possibility of this being a case of homicide is very, very low. Currently, no evidence links the candles to the murder case.
Is this a photo of my brother and his friends?
They are your brother's classmates. I heard Joseph took the photo. The one in the middle is Stone Wu. He knew your brother from before coming to the UK.
It seems I have met with him when I was a child.
The one on the right is Toby Chung. He's your brother's classmate in the University of London.
There's a small stool placed between the desk and the candle arrangement. The stool is very small, with a height of less than 20 centimeters. The window can only be opened from the inside. Below is the Plymouth Street. Is the busy Plymouth Street with fashion stores, jewelry shops, and furniture stores. Not far are the iconic Palace of Westminster and the Royal Opera House. Through the window, the 3-storied Savoy restaurant across seems to be very busy.
When we entered the scene, the photograph was still playing, but it stopped after a short while. Wax cylinder phonograph. The wax cylinder phonograph, popular from 1896 to 1910, was a recording and playback audio device that utilized the principle of converting sound waves into vibration of a metal needle to record and playback waveforms on wax cylinders. Yeah. In 1877, Thomas Edison invented the foil cylinder phonograph, which was prone to damage and had limited playback capability. It was later improved and adjusted to become an all-wax cylinder phonograph, which was introduced to the market in 1888 and gained widespread recognition.
Did it stop because the wax cylinder ran out?
It has been about 50 minutes of playing. I have personally verified this matter. There's a cafe downstairs in this building, just another floor below. Staff reported continuous opera music from this room, 1:40 to 2:30 p.m. that day.
Did they hear any other sounds?
No.
Was playing Peking Opera 7-star lamp. Okay.
Mr. Shen, interested in listening to the photograph content?
Give it a listen.
This is picking up opera. The content sounds somewhat familiar.
So I'm guessing this is the wax cylinder.
The photograph is playing Picking Opera 7-Star Lamp.
7-Star Lamp? Oh, what's this? Picking Opera 7-Star Lamp, a traditional picking opera play, also known as Kongning Begs for longevity. Adapted from the novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it tells the story of Zhuge Liang. Okay, a prominent Chinese military strategist who suffered from severe vomiting and blood loss. He performed a ritual that used evidence to prolong his life. However, the ritual was interrupted and Zhuge Liang died with a premonition of his future. 7-Star Lamp? What is it about?
It's about Zhuge Liang, who failed to borrow 10 years of lifespan from heaven 1,790 years ago.
So that's how it is.
A lab bench that's filled with bottles and containers. A dismantled kerosene lamp on the table. Several long cotton threads soaked in the kerosene bottle. A small brush inside. Various chemicals and reagents placed on the lab bench. Among them there are aspirin, procaine, and trichloromethane. Test tubes contain powdered herbal medicines such as Sophora flavescens and Angelica senescens. Yeah. A stack of oil paper on the table. Each sheet is large and thin. Various chemicals and reagents placed on the lab bench. Oh no, I already said that. Alright. This bottle contains strychnine. Officer Jones, do you know there is strychnine in my brother's room?
Oh, dinner flash. I don't know what he's saying. Oh, dinner flash. We had certainly look into this angle. Your brother's autopsy and toxicology tests were done by Joseph, a forensic expert. Forensic toxicology testing. For a long time, the detection of poisons in criminal investigations was a significant challenge. It was not until after the chemical revolution of the 18th century that a new understanding of elements laid in the foundation for poison detection. The chemist Orfila conducted numerous experiments to establish analytical methods for identifying poisons from biological tissues and fluids. He organized a systematic classification and identification methods of poisons into a treatise on forensic medicine. Later, he marked the formation of forensic toxicology by extracting arsenic from the internal organs and deceased to confirm poisoning. Even though the signs on the body look like strychnine poisoning, the test came out negative.
What about the other toxins?
Aye, of course. All of them came back negative. Aye, our capabilities are limited, and some new drugs may not be detected.
What is the current police speculation about the cause of my brother's body contortion?
Just a moment, let me check my notebook. It has Joseph's theory. Oh, found it. We found a recently healed wound on the victim's foot. If there is rust contamination on the wound, if he was exposed to germs during experiments, and there is a possibility of tetanus infection. If he got a fright or felt intense pain, it might have caused back spasms. Or if there is stimulation causing back nerve paralysis, it could lead to body contortions. In summary, Joseph thinks there are many possible causes for the body contortion. As for the toxicology test results, they were all negative.
On the top shelf, there are certificates and medals that my brother has received. In the middle, there are some pharmaceutical theory books and laboratory equipment. On the bottom shelf, there are several wax cylinder records, including Autumn in the Han Palace. What was originally inside this white circle?
A roll of Morse code paper strip, which we took as evidence.
So, you found it on the ground.
Oi, that's right. I suspect it fell from the Morse code telegraph machine. Morse code telegraph. Morse code is an encoding method invented by the British inventor Samuel Morse. It encodes English letters and Arabic numerals using a combination of dots, dashes, and spaces to facilitate the efficient transmission of information. Morse code telegraph machine operates on the principle of controlling the opening and closing of an electromagnet with electric currents. It prints the transmitted or received information onto a roll of paper strip, thus carrying out the work of information transmission.
Okay. Does it have any content on it?
Oi, it's all telegrams from Mr. Bell, Joseph's father. We checked the consults discussing the development of a certain drug. Nothing suspicious.
Okay.
This is the telegraph machine on the table. There are traces of it being used on that day. The Morse code paper reel we found should be fitted in the hexagonal area on this tap. Other than that, no other abnormalities we found on the machine.
Officer Jones, can I ask you a few more questions?
Oi, as long as it helps to solve the case swiftly.
Officer Jones, you mentioned earlier that someone filed a report. May I ask what the reporter is?
It came in an anonymous telegram. Had only one sentence. A homicide occurred at 79 Pretty Street.
It does sound somewhat illogical. Since this room is locked and it's a suicide, how could anyone know a homicide occurred here?
I must admit, you've got a sharp mind, but... See, the curtain on this window was near closed at the time. It's likely that someone from the opposite building saw the body through the window.
Have the police questioned the residents of the building opposite?
Oi, anything you can think of, we've already considered. Just gonna take that building to look for eyewitnesses took up my entire week. Oi, it's hard to identify potential witnesses with the busy restaurant on the 3rd floor.
Officer Jones, you and Joseph were both at the Kensington Division, right?
Oi, Joseph was my superior just half a month ago. However, 2 weeks ago, he got a transfer order. Oh, no, however, 12 weeks ago, he got a transfer order and was set to be moved to Shanghai.
Was Joseph in charge of my brother's case before?
Oi, that's correct, but no, the case is in the hands of the new detective sergeant. The new sergeant is not an easy person to work with. When we're going to the police station later, you'll witness it yourself.
Officer Suspects. Officer Jones, may I ask if the police have identified any suspects yet?
Mr. Shun, as I mentioned before, your brother's death was a suicide, so there are no suspects.
Even if it is determined to be a suicide, don't we need to rule out the possibility of homicide?
Aye, of course. We are looking to all the suspicious individuals. Mrs. Chung, the only person there in the flat that day. Stonewood, your brother's classmate, had a good relation with him, but had
big row of 4. Toby Chung, your brother's classmate, had a competitive relationship with him. And is also the sender of the telegram, Mr. Bell, your brother's research project sponsor. We had interrogated all of these individuals. All have alibis for the time of the incident. I completely understand your desire to uncover the truth. But the truth is, your brother committed suicide. Officer Jones. No.
Oops. Whoops. Okay, actually, let me double check if I caught everything. Yeah, I got everything. Okay. Mrs. Chung.
Auntie Chung, may I? Do you want to know about my personal matters, about your brother's matters, or about the case? You'd like to ask how long I have been in London?
Exactly.
I am from...
It's kind of hard when it's not actually in the Hanyu Pinyin, in the actual Hanyu Pinyin for me to figure out what it actually says. Tiao.
I am from the Tiaochu Canton. I've been here for 13 years.
Yeah, Tiao. Yeah, Tiao. Yeah, it's not spelled T-E-O. In Hanyu Pinyin, it's spelled T-I-A-O. But because I guess they just did that for the sake of Western localization stuff.
The fog in London toxic. You can see nothing. Smell unpleasantly. Lungs corrupted for living here. No one cares about this terrible environment.
Auntie Chung, staircases indeed.
My lungs are still alright. The medicine inside is nothing special. They are all tonic herbs. Astragalus, ginseng, and goji berries.
Auntie Chung, may I ask?
Your brother is polite and knowledgeable, and our 5 elements are a good match. According to the sexagenary cycle, I was born on Gengyin Day. Gengyin Day, and your brother on Jihai Day. Gengyin belongs to metal, while Jihai belongs to earth, and earth generates metal. The yin and yang are balanced, mutually generating and thriving. If he rents this house from me, both he and I should benefit. Alas, his year predicts misfortune and a short life. Don't move. Your eyes are bright and lovely. Your facial features are well proportioned. Sign of long life. Listen to my advice. Don't hold to gains and losses. Only trap you in your demons.
Oh, that's foreshadowing. Because that's what it seems like something he's going through in the previous chapters.
Auntie Chung, may I ask? What happened that day?
Man, she just knows.
That day I was sitting at the entrance. Brian came back at noon and greeted me. I also saw several people following him, like ghosts. After your brother came back, they stood opposite side of the street, staring here. Keep an eye on them.
Do you know that my brother...
It seems like he also noticed. His left facial muscle was twitching a bit. Expression looks peculiar, very rigid.
At that time, it was approximately...
around 1 o'clock. I watched him go upstairs and lock himself inside. He didn't come out again. Before the police arrived, I stayed at the entrance the whole time, and no one else went in.
Auntie Chung, regarding this matter, what do you...
I told the police, but they didn't believe me. They even said it was my mistake. The public security here, bad!
So she was at the entrance the whole time. Nobody entered through the front door, so there must have been a different avenue and entry then. Okay.
wooden miscellaneous cabinet. Inside there are various uncommonly used items piled up. There is a statue of Kuan Yu, placed as an offering on the ancestral altar. In front of the statue is a censer with 3 burning incense sticks inside it. Medicine is being brewed on the stove, and the hallway is filled with a strong herbal smell. But this smell is unfamiliar. It doesn't resemble common Chinese herbal medicine. The bookcase in the bedroom is filled with detective novels. There are also the murders in the room, morgue, the woman in the white, and the moonstone. The whole collection of the Sherlock Holmes series. The Return, a book gifted by Joseph. There's a dedication on the...
Okay, I think...
Oh, there's a dedication he left on the title page. Brian, welcome back to the Conan Doyle Book Club. Enjoy The Return, Joseph. I remember Brian's dream, to become a detective. Here's our Brian's coat and hat. I didn't find any suspicious clues. This photo. This is probably the only family photo. If it weren't for our father, the family would have fallen apart. Now even you have left. This is...
Dad, can a lantern really make wishes come true?
Of course it can. The Sky Lantern is a messenger to the moon for listening to wishes.
Really? Does the moon listen to our wishes?
Yes, write wishes on your lantern, release it into the sky, the moon becomes aware.
Then I want to become a great traveler. Brother, what is your wish? My wish is to become a detective. Brother, what's a detective? Detectives also go on adventures like travelers do, but they always manage to notice the details that others overlook. That sounds impressive. Then I want to become a detective traveler. That's great. I believe it will definitely come true. The skylight here is flying. Dad, hurry up and take a photo.
This was taken before my father. This photo has been with my brother all along. It's my brother's diary. The previous pages have been torn off. Only one page remains. This is a dead end. Everything is meaningless, utterly meaningless.
After a while...
I have already checked everything. Please take me to the police station to have a look at the case files.
Oi! Aye, bro. We're off then. At the station, you'll need to sign a few papers for me. Oh, I unlocked the suit. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, now we registered the outfit change.
Gentlemen, I just received a telegram from Edgar Lee at Hanyang Ironworks and need your help. He's a longtime friend of mine. This morning, an extremely mysterious incident occurred at their ironworks.
Hanyang?
Hanyang Ironworks? I've been wanting to visit Hanyang Ironworks. Shun, let's take on this commission. It's on our way anyway.
Okay.
Let's leave immediately.
Early 20th century, Wuhan.
Oh boy, this is a very industrial area. Iron and steel, the backbone of industry. In the history of Wu Wenyue, there are records of Ganjiang and Moye's secretive steelmaking. The transformation of spirit and matter requires a human sacrifice. I once believed that it was an ancient legend. Yet history chose to repeat itself once more.
Oh, wait, I think that's supposed to be.
Oh. The Haunted Furnace.
Look, Shen. Look, Shen. Hanyang Ironworks is right up ahead. Let's hurry on in. You two gentlemen must be the detectives Shipmaster Lowe recommended. I am Lee. I, the deputy administrator of the Hanyang Iron Works. I am Shun Ping. This is my assistant Afu.
Patent Deputy Administrator. Deputy Administrator refers to the Assistant Director of the organization and is an official title. Assistant Director, okay. The Executive Director is usually called the Administrator or the General Manager. For example, when preparations for the construction of Hanyang Ironworks began, Cai Xiyong was appointed as the Administrator, and Zhao Weiqing along with Su Jianyin were appointed as Deputy Administrators. They were in charge of machinery purchases, site selection, iron mining, coal mining, and other affairs in the ironworks.
Please tell me the course of events of this incident, Your Honor. This morning, Foreman Ting accidentally fell into the ladle and caused an explosion. It sounds like an accident. Was something wrong? When Foreman Ting fell into the ladle, 2 workers witnessed the entire process. They both claimed that Foreman Ting appeared out of thin air at the 2nd floor furnace area.
Huh?
Appeared out of thin air? That's right. No one saw him go up, but in the blink of an eye, he was just standing there. It caused a mass panic because of rumors of ghosts are beginning to spread among the workers. That is indeed particularly odd. The situation is getting out of control. Any more delay could cause more troubles to arise. I hope you can uncover the truth today, so that we can calm the workers and resume production. Don't worry, and leave it to us, Mr. Deputy Administrator. Shun is a professional. Thank you for your troubles. I still have matters to attend to, so please excuse me.
Huh?
Huh? I didn't get to ask him what the exact rumors were yet. We should go to the site of the incident first to take a look. The Deputy Administrator claims that workers saw Ting appear suddenly on the 2nd floor. Then in front of witnesses, he fell from the 2nd floor furnace area into the ladle. The Deputy Administrator claims that workers saw Ting appear suddenly on the 2nd floor. Molten steel has flown out from the outlet. What a grand sight! You know about the statues in the office? Yeah, what about it? They got something to do with Foreman Ting's death. Oh, what are you doing here? Auntie, you're here as well.
The officials said that something terrible happened here and asked me to come examine the body.
Oh yeah, she's like a she's a nationally recognized coroner. That's probably why.
I rushed over, and the second I arrive, I haven't even had the time to eat lunch yet.
But, Auntie, can you still examine the body after it fell into a furnace?
What's there to examine? He's all ashes now. I don't have any godlike abilities to help me distinguish a corpse from slag.
Yeah, even if Auntie was the reincarnation of Yangtze, it's still impossible.
Yangtze. Yangtze was a government official and forensic medical scientist from the southern Song dynasty. He dedicated his life working in criminal court and accumulated a remarkable amount of experience in forensic identification. In his later years, he wrote the book Collected Cases of Injustice Rectified, the eldest known monumental work on forensic science, more than 300 years earlier than when relevant works began to appear in Europe. At least you get the point. Unlike them. So it seems like you two are overseeing this matter as well.
That is correct, Auntie Fu. Do you have any information on this case?
The deceased is called Ting Ta Feng. He was 45 years old and the foreman on the factory floor. There are lots of rumors about the cause of the incident, but most of them can't be taken seriously.
Auntie, have you heard the rumors too?
Come on, tell me. You little rascal, are you always so interested in chasing shadows? Without an autopsy, it'll be even more difficult to uncover the truth.
You're right, Auntie.
He fell from the second floor, so you should go there. You don't need to waste your time here.
Why is this area blocked up by ropes?
Someone is protecting the scene by using the ropes as a boundary line.
Such a careful and professional arrangement must have been the work of Auntie Vu.
Stop licking my boots. It was already like this when I got here.
Huh? Who could have been then?
This is ladle number 2. The ladle that the foreman fell into.
The layers are 2 meters tall and can hold up to 30 tons of molten steel at a time. Shun, we'll reach the site of the incident where we go up from here.
Hopefully all the crucial evidence will still be there.
I knew something was wrong with Foreman Ting.
We should investigate the site of the incident before we go there, yeah. Fu, what is the matter?
Look, there are scorch marks all over the stairs. The explosion was caused by the incident. You mean the ladder? Oh wait, no, it's a set of stairs. It just looks like a ladder from this view. Even the stairs were affected. The splash range of the explosion must have been quite wide.
This means that no one could approach the stairs for quite a while, even after the explosion.
Yeah, because it would have been super hot from all the molten metal that splashed onto it.
Fu, is this lever used to open the molten steel outlet?
That's right. This is a very thoughtful design.
How is that so?
Look, this lever is really long. You have to stand here to open the outlet shutter.
It is designed in this way to prevent the workers from getting burned.
That's right. The molten steel in the furnace can reach a temperature of a staggering 1600 degrees Celsius. Once the shutter is open, the temperature close by rises rapidly. It's much safer to open the furnace from such a distance. Oh.
Are these big crane hooks used to transport the ladle?
Yep, these are crane hooks of the bridge crane. It can lift up to 50 tons of load. Shun, be careful of the molten steel up ahead.
I'm unable to get any closer due to the heat.
Shun, this is the charging area behind the furnaces. The workers working here should probably know something, right? Li Chun-hai.
Mister, I am Shun Chun-ping. I was entrusted to investigate Foreman Ting's falling incident. Could I have a moment of your time?
Don't call me mister, I ain't used to that. I'm just a furnace charger. My name's Li Chun-hai. You can call me Old Lee. Ask all you want, it gives me more time to rest a bit.
Miss Old Lee, what are you mainly responsible for?
I'm responsible for the charging the furnace. I'm also in charge of opening and closing the outlet.
Does charging the furnace mean to add fuel to the furnace?
Not fuel, but bulk materials. If you want the steel to be of high purity, you need to add bulk material in and every now and then.
Okay, blast furnace, melted iron, metal mixer, open heart furnace, steel barrel, slag, magnesium silicate, silicide, steel ingots, steel rolling mill, aluminum granules, fluorite, limestone, iron ore, steel scrap, manganese ore, sickle stand, yeah. Are there any other workers on the second floor platform?
There are a few helpers, but the last night was just a trial production. I didn't ask them to come.
It takes 4 hours to purify steel in a furnace, so it's enough for me to handle alone.
You don't look so well, Old Lee. Haven't you rested? I just pulled an all-nighter and was going to rest today, but then the incident happened. Those punks don't have the guts to work, so they just rabbit onto me and drain me dry. Once John gets to the bottom of this, you'll be able to take a break.
Take a break? That's just looking forward to seeing the moon on New Year's Eve.
Don't count on it.
What kind of person was Foreman Ting?
He's a stubborn, one-track-minded guy who's not so popular. He's so obsessive with steel technology that he'd even forget to pay our wages. Ever since he started worshipping the gods, he became even less human. He even provoked.
Huh?
Provoked what? Never mind. There's no point in talking about this since he's already dead.
Oh Lee, please tell us more about the Foreman's worshipping gods. We need to have a comprehensive understanding of him.
You also think his death is related to that statue?
Statue? What statue?
He must have been possessed to provoke that sort of thing. They all say it's easy to invite a god, but hard to send one away. If you neglect them, you could be possessed by an evil spirit, or worse, you may get killed.
Huh?
Oh, Lee, you still haven't told us what Foreman Ting was worshipping, though.
No, I just can't. It's unspeakable. I advise you both to stay far away from the shrine in the office. Were you working here when the incident occurred?
I've been busy working here since last night. After pulling an all-nighter, the molten steel in the furnace, number 1, was finally ready. And then the ladle was filled. I checked the quality of the molten steel and closed the outlet number 1. After that, I came back, started the autoloader, and started preparing for the next batch. I was shoveling materials into the furnace, and I suddenly heard a boom. I saw furnace 2 emitting smoke, and the molten steel splashed everywhere, and the railings are on fire. I thought it was a furnace explosion, but it wasn't. Someone opened the outlet in advance.
How could you be sure that someone else had opened it?
The lever in the buckle. The lever was in the buckle, so someone must have done it.
Is it possible that you opened it yourself but then forgot about it?
No way, I couldn't have opened up furnace number 2 after I just finished working on furnace number 1. After I finish work on furnace 1, it takes 1 hour to begin work on furnace 2.
Is this why you think Foreman Ting pulled the lever on himself?
I don't know, but it could only have been him, right?
Throughout this process, did you see Foreman Ting?
Nope, didn't see him at all. Actually, I only knew what happened after I heard old Chow and the others talking about the incident.
Was an old Chow one of the workers who witnessed the incident?
Yeah, I heard him say that Ting appeared next to the molten steel outlet out of thin air. Everyone's guessing it was the 5 Ghost teleportation magic. All in all, it's strange business, I tell ya.
Shen only said he didn't see Ting. Could it be that Foreman Ting was deliberately avoiding him?
That is possible.
Even so, why would Foreman Ting do that?
We know very little about the deceased at the moment, so it is too soon to judge. We also cannot rule out the possibility that old Lee is withholding information from us.
Shen, let's go and interview the workers in the ironworks. Old Lee said Foreman Ting's death is related to the shrine in the office. I wonder what the shrine actually looks like.
We will know once we go to the office and see for ourselves.
There we go. We investigate in style.
Huh?
Why is this door locked? That door is for the transportation of minerals. The elevator is on the other side. This door is usually locked and only opens when we're transporting minerals. When was the last time minerals were transported up here? Let me think. It would have been 2 days ago. I finally get to see an autoloader with my own eyes. So this is what the structure of a crown block is like. Crown block. A crown block is also known as a bridge crane. It's a type of hoisting equipment installed above workshops or warehouses to lift heavy objects. The structure of a crown block is similar to a cable car. However, what moves along the cableway of the crown block is not a carriage full of passengers, but a trolley connected to the lifting device when to the lifting device. When the crown block is operating, the workers are able to control the trolley's movements in the control room and use the lifting device to transfer goods.
If we go further, we will be able to go around to the left side of furnace number 1.
Molten steel is coming out from there and it's scalding hot. We better not go over there.
Oh, strychnine. Strychnine is a type of alkaloid extracted from the plant Strychnos nux vomica. It is slightly soluble in water, colorless, extremely bitter, and highly toxic. According to legend, it is believed that the poison was used to kill Li Yu, an emperor in China. The symptoms of the strychnine poisoning include restlessness, twitching of facial and neck muscles, followed by severe muscle spasms throughout the body. Death usually occurs within 1 to 3 hours after poisoning due to asphyxiation or exhaustion. The individual's face may show a bitter smile, and the body may exhibit arching and stiffness, resembling symptoms of tetanus. Ooh, nasty poison. Is this fuel that is piled up here?
This is bulk material, mostly lime and fluoride and the sort.
So you need lime to make steel.
Yep, bulk material used to separate impurities from the molten steel.
Huh?
Huh? How come there's a big sheet of tarpaulin here? So they keep steel scraps prepared for smelting piled underneath here. It's well protected.
Can steel scraps be used as raw material? These steel scraps are already quite rusty.
That's the advantage of the open hearth process. Steel scraps can be used as raw materials.
This is where Foreman Ting's falling incident took place. We were able to see the workers in the opposite metal casting area from here.
You can also see the ladle directly below. It's ginormous, like a well. When the incident happened, the well was filled with red-hot molten steel.
Huh?
It sure looks like the entrance to hell.
No, this is the entrance leading to the truth.
Shen, let's begin investigating. Shen, there's some grayish white powder underneath the railing. Upon closer examination, these are small particles that have a lingering pungent smell.
Afu, do you know what this is?
Huh?
I can't think of anything right now, but this must be a residue of something that was burned. Shen, this is the molten steel basin. Once the shutter is open, molten steel of 1600 degrees Celsius flows through here into the ladle. Then when that happens, the temperature close by will be the temperature close by will be extremely hot. This is the ladle that Ting fell into. Oh wait, this is the ladle that Ting fell into. It is now empty. Huh? Where did molten steel go?
Perhaps the workers may know something about this. There are scorch marks all over the railings. Ting's fall caused an explosion. Although quite a few people have mentioned the sound of an explosion on site, could it be possible that the explosion occurred first when Ting fell into the molten steel after?
The human body contains a lot of water. When water meets molten steel, it will vaporize and its volume will expand 1,000 times. So if a person were to fall into molten steel, it's bound to cause an explosion.
Then if the explosion occurred first and Ting fell after, there would have been 2 explosions. However, the workers only saw 1 explosion. It must have been caused by Ting's fall.
100% correct.
What's this? Yeah.
Although there are scorch marks on the molten steel outlet shutter, it's still intact. It seems like a furnace explosion accident didn't occur at the time.
The lever? A section of the railing next to the molten steel outlet is missing.
You're right. Judging from the structure, there should be a movable crossbar here. This design makes it more convenient to clean the molten steel outlet. But where did the crossbar go? Could it be that it fell into the ladle?
This detail is quite suspicious.
Shun? Could it be that someone orchestrated this accident?
You mean someone deliberately loosened the railing? When Foreman Ting leaned upon it, the railing came off and fell into the ladle along with him?
Exactly.
That does seem practicable. However, how did that person convince Ting to lean against the railing after the shutter was opened?
Huh?
Yes, when the shutter was open, the area nearby was very hot. The railings were scalding too.
In order to conclude, we should investigate all the places that can be looked into first.
He got what he deserved, damn. At a time like this, our wages are being paid early. Supervisor Ho, how about...
Keep your mouth shut. Just take the money and go.
Snappy is busy? Yeah, I guess so. I don't think I've seen this young man before. We're not here to get paid. We're here to investigate the case. What the fuck? What the fuck is that spelling? Wait, what the fuck? Hisu. What the? If this was in the actual Hanyu pinyin, I would be able to read this more easily, but I don't understand what the fuck it. Oh, God damn it! If only they wrote it in the actual Hanyu pinyin for the names, I would be able to read this more easily. But God damn it! Curse this westernized version of this name. Okay. Hisuhung. I'll just roll with it then. Hisuang. Swang. This is Mr. Shen and his assistant Arthur. We are here to investigate the matter of Foreman Ting's falling incident. I see. It's a pleasure to meet you. I almost forgot this important matter. Swang. Please make a deposit for Mr. Shen. Your Honor, I can't accept this for nothing. Mr. Shen, I will reward you properly after you find out what exactly happened. Well, you need not refuse, Mr. Shen. The sooner everything is clear, the less damage the ironworks will have to sustain. Shen, seems like if we don't accept the money, Mr. Deputy Administrator can't be at ease. Alright. Hey, money's money.
Silver coins. Deputy Administrator Lee insisted on giving us the coins engraved with Guangzhou period silver coins made in somewhere.
This incident is a serious matter. If there's anything you want to know, Mr. Shen, just ask. Mr. Deputy Administrator, please tell me more about Foreman Ting. Foreman Ting began working at the ironworks when it was founded. He learned chemistry and steelmaking and also spent time in the laboratory. For the past 6 months, he had been transferred to the factory floor to work as a foreman. Although he was sometimes tough and stubborn, he's always been keen on studying steelmaking. Recently, we imported the most advanced Siemens Martin furnace from Germany. He had been researching on a new method of open-heart steelmaking, but he hadn't found the knack for it yet, and the quality of the last batch was less than ideal. The incident is a serious matter. Okay. Mr. Lee, I heard there was something wrong with the quality of the steel rails. It's hard to explain. I heard the hardest part of steelmaking is removing the phosphorus. Fragmentation easily appears in the steel with high phosphorus content. Was this type of problem you were facing? Was this the type of problem you were facing? Seems like Afu knows the ropes. Indeed. Due to some reasons, the high quality ores from Day were transported to Japan. We only got the lower grade ores. The Bessemer converter we originally had can't remove phosphorus effectively, so we spent a large sum of money to import the Siemens Martin furnace from Germany.
The Bessemer Converter. Bessemer Converter is a steelmaking furnace named after its inventor, Henry Bessemer. The steelmaking process derived from it is known as the Bessemer process, which laid the foundation of modern steelmaking workmanship and marked the evolution of the early industrial revolution from the Iron Age to the Steel Age. However, since this craft used acidic materials as furnace walls, it was unable to effectively remove phosphorus, sulfur, and other impurities in steel, so it gradually faded out from history.
Oh, okay. It really takes the painstaking effort of everyone to make good steel. It's only natural that we treat industrial prosperity as our duty. Mr. Deputy Administrator, where were you when the incident occurred? I was busy entertaining a guest, so I was on the furnace factory floor. When I got there, the fire had already been put out. Fortunately, no further damage was caused. Although the fire was put out, terrifying rumors began to spread. The workers refused to work. I hope that Mr. Shun is able to uncover the truth as soon as possible. Also, I just noticed Lee. Is it Lee the First or is it Lee E? Oh. The roar of these machines is deafening. Shun, this is the sound of the industrial heartbeat. Why did Mr. Lee make us cast these ingots?
Shh, keep your mouth shut. Someone's coming.
Are these ingots made from the furnace that Foreman Ting fell into?
That's right. You gentlemen should stay away from this kind of unlucky thing.
It'll be difficult to deal with later on if the molten steel cools down inside the ladle.
Yep.
Even so, we can't use these. One bones of Foreman Ting are in here. Just thinking about it gives me the creeps. The human body is mainly composed of water and carbon. Its density is less than molten steel. His body wouldn't sink to into the molten steel, but would float on the surface and flow into the tank. So, in essence, these are just ordinary steel ingots. Then, do you think his soul could be in these ingots? I don't know.
How? Whoosh! Keep your mouth shut. It's time to get back to work.
But Master, I'm afraid the shrine will unleash its powers again. Please wait. Again? Awu just said again, which means the shrine in the office had unleashed its powers before. What shrine? You must be deaf and heard me wrong. Shen and I both heard you. You definitely said it just now.
Master, is that shrine? It's taboo.
We are entrusted by Mr. Deputy Administrator to investigate the case of the falling incident. If you don't cooperate, you might be convicted of obstruction of justice.
Please don't be angry, Mister. We'll talk. About a month ago, Awu and Foreman Ting had a little argument. Awu, young and candid, kicked the shrine. The statue fell. He said some words of disrespect.
Then the shrine unleashed its powers?
Well,
yeah, there was smoke coming out of the shrine, and there was gunpowder smell in the air. My head started throbbing and I couldn't breathe, but I wanted to cough, so I almost fainted. Then what happened?
King said that Awu had offended the god of fire, then he kicked everyone out of the room. That very night, Awu got sick and lost his voice.
I had nightmares. Whenever I closed my eyes, I saw the statue staring at me.
If the Fordman hadn't begged for the god's forgiveness on Awu's behalf eventually, I'm afraid he wouldn't even been able to speak now.
Could you...
Mister, please forgive us, but we can't really say any more. Awu, we should get back to work.
Shun, from the state of those two workers, they don't appear to be lying.
Huh?
Could it be that the shrine really unleashed its powers? Afu, do you know of any gas that smells of gunpowder and could harm the respiratory tract? So you think there was something off about the smoke then, Shen? The smell of gunpowder usually appears after a firecracker is set off. The firearms made in Hanyang are quite famous though. Afu, gunpowder doesn't cause the hoarseness of the voice, does it? Generally, it doesn't. Shun, how about I give the shrine a kick as well? There's no harm in trying. I prefer not to. But if there was an actual god, there was actually a god. The doors are locked, off limits to outsiders. Mr. Patrolman, why is this door locked?
What does that have to do with you?
So we
were entrusted by Deputy Administrative Lee to investigate Foreman Ting's case. Oh, so it's Mr. Detective. Then of course I'd have to help you out. However, this room is impure.
impure?
Everyone knows deep down how Foreman Ting died. Beware of the shrine in that room.
We're not scared. Let us in to have a look.
Thank you for your trouble, sir.
I swear if this guy's the fucking murderer who has like the exact same face as the last culprit. My god. Because you look very similar to Officer Ma, just in different clothing and with a different sword. Mr. Patrolman, why haven't you opened the doors yet?
It really stresses me out having to help you open these doors.
We need to complete the investigations today, so we're short on time.
Oh my, thinking about opening this door is making my head ache. Could I ask for your help?
How can we help?
I just heard a crisp, pleasant sound ringing out from you two. Could you lend me a hand to refresh my memory? Something with a crisp and pleasant sound. Could it be asking for?
But money?
Afu, hand it over to him.
Yeah, he's after the money.
This sound is so enlightening to me.
Oh shit, here we go. The shrine.
Shun, although this is just an ordinary statue, after hearing all those rumors, looking at it gives me the chills. It's almost as if Grandpa Ganjiang and Grandma Mo Ye are watching me. Who allowed you to just come in here? Who just said that? Who do you think?
Is that
Grandma Mo Ye?
Young lady, please stop playing tricks.
Who's playing tricks?
If you weren't trying to tease people,
Why are the lights off? I just finished investigating and was about to leave. You were the only ones who came in unexpectedly. What's wrong? Are you scared, kiddo?
no, I wasn't.
Oh, really? And who did you just call Grandma?
Shun, let's begin investigating.
Investigating? Investigating what? The falling incident this morning?
Yep. Deputy Administrator Lee invited us here specifically.
What? You promised you'd give me exclusive coverage. Which newspaper do you work for?
Miss, this is a misunderstanding. I am Shun Chun Ping, a detective. This is my assistant Afu.
Oh, so you're detectives. I'm Wen Ko-shin, a journalist from the Shanghai News. However, I don't think there's any chance for Mr. Detective to show off in this case anymore.
What do you mean?
I'm just about to uncover the truth. Even the headline for tomorrow's paper is drawn up. Exclusive coverage. The whole story of the falling incident at the Hanyang Ironworks.
In that case, would you be willing to share the clues that you possess, Miss Wen?
It's fine if you want information, but you'll have to offer something useful to me in return.
I'm an expert in science, and Shun is skilled in deduction. Is this enough?
Physics is useful. It'll supply some theoretical knowledge from my articles.
The Gezhi studies. Gezhi, okay.
Oh, that literally just means science.
可是, all the investigation of things to extend knowledge originates from the phrase, in the great learning, to extend knowledge to the utmost. One must investigate the principle of things. It refers to acquiring knowledge through exploration of the nature of things. In the late Qing dynasty, Gezhi studies broadly encompass disciplines such as mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. In 1875, Shanghai Polytechnic Institution, an early institution for cultivating scientific talent in China, was established. The following year, British scholar John Fryer and Chinese scientist Zhu Shou founded the Chinese Scientific Journal, the Chinese Scientific Magazine, facilitating the spread of scientific knowledge in China.
Miss Wen, why are you here in the ironworks?
The ironworks has just won orders from the Yangtze Railway and the Canton Hongkou Railway.
Railway in the late Qing dynasty. By the end of the Qing dynasty, the Qing government gradually came to accept the railways despite them being a foreign product. The Canton Hongkou Railway, stretching for more than 1,000 kilometers and taking 36 years to construct, was one of the longest railways that took up the most time to establish. The Yangtze Railway in game, also known as Shitai Railway, refers to the railway line from Shijiazhuang to Taiyuan, most of which was designed and built by the Chinese themselves. It is worth mentioning that the railways constructed in the late Qing dynasty formed the basic framework of China's railways.
However, its products were said to have quality problems. It's at the center of a storm. My journalist intuition tells me that there is an opening for a story here. From a glory gone, Hanyang Ironworks endures hardship. A news report like this.
The title alone already sounds interesting.
Yet I was halfway done with my draft when this happened.
So now you plan to write about Foreman Ting's falling incident?
I'm sorry for what happened, but this is definitely a better story.
What were you doing at the time of the incident, Miss Wen?
I was originally planning to take some photos of the factory floor this morning. When I got to the factory floor, I ran into Mr. Lee. He wanted to show me the new metal mixer. It wasn't long after we left the factory floor that we heard an explosion, and we hurried back.
Miss Wen, did you arrange the rope barrier at the site of the incident?
That's right. If the site is damaged in any way, the news report might be inaccurate.
This measure was immensely helpful to the investigation.
Well, of course. I'm a senior reporter.
Miss Wen, what's the truth that you discovered?
You want me to just give you the answers? You'll know soon enough. It's getting late. I still need you to go to the metal casting platform to get my camera. Excuse me. Don't forget our promise.
Shen, let's start investigating the site as well. We can't lose to Miss Wen. It's not a competition, it's only about the truth, not about winning or losing.
I still don't like seeing her so pleased with herself.
The shrine is dedicated to the statue of Ganjiang and Moye. The shrine is made of rosewood. It also holds an incense burner and 2 candlesticks. A copper incense burner with 3 sticks of incense placed vertically.
A code of practice rule number 1. Leaving without permission during work hours is prohibited. Rule number 2. Name badges must be hung on the board during working hours. Rule number 3. All the materials used in production shall be managed by the foreman. Rule number 4. Those who are absent from work will be fined 7 days in wages.
Huh?
If you forgot to hang your name badge, you're kinda skipping work? That's so strict.
desk is clean, but the inkstone is covered with dust. It hasn't been used in a long time. Blueprints of the imported furnace are on the paperweight, also documented foreign languages.
These papers are covered in handwritten notes. It seems like Foreman Ting put in a lot of work.
Could a craftsman who studies technology and reads foreign documents be superstitious?
That's hard to say. My idol, Mr. Newton, was a devout follower of theology in his old age.
We should record the condition of the desk first.
Shen, there's a Western wall clock here. The engravings say that this was a gift from the Wuhan Chamber of Commerce for water transport. Here's a board made of copper with several rows of hooks on it. Looks like workers need to hang their name badges on this board when they're on duty. Shen, this is the floor plan for the factory floor.
The map was quite new. It was probably put up not long ago. A working drawing of the open hearth furnace is pasted right beside it.
Shen, the dock is right outside of these doors.
We'll go after we finish investigating this case. Judging from the previous investigation, Foreman Ting was obsessed with steelmaking technology. And again, all oddities related to the shrines also indicates that he was worshipping a statue.
Maybe he was just too focused on achieving success. That's why he decided to go to extremes.
Or perhaps the statue holds a different meaning for him.
Yeah, if you have anything to ask me, I will gladly tell you everything I know.
What are your duties, Mr. Ho?
I'm the supervisor of funds. All things related to money here fall under my responsibility, such as bookkeeping, managing bills, as well as purchasing of goods and materials. And paying wages? You're a smart cookie, young boy, but I'm not the one who is in charge of paying the wages. Usually the workers' wages are paid by the foreman directly, but that's why I'm doing it.
I just heard from the workers that the wages for this month are being paid earlier than usual.
Indeed, Mr. Lee had instructed me to do so, hoping that this will calm everyone down. You two probably don't know that the Siemens Martin furnace in this incident was very expensive. After the incident, people on the factory floor were terrified, causing production to stagnate. For each day the furnace is not in operation, thousands of silver coins will be lost. No wonder Mr. Deputy Administrator seems so anxious.
How was your relationship with Foreman Ting, Mr. Ho?
My daily work intersected with Foreman Ting, so I guess we were quite familiar. What kind of person was Foreman Ting? He treated people a bit harshly, so he wasn't very popular among the workers. However, I know that he was just too obsessed with studying metallurgy. Obsessed with what he loved? I totally get him.
I heard that he had a habit of worshipping a statue. Do you know where it started, Mr. Ho?
If you're asking about the statue, it's a long story. The quality of our steel products was not stable, so we didn't have a steady flow of funds. Mr. Sheng imported the German Siemens Martin furnace and ordered Mr. Lee to improve quality.
Siemens Martin furnace. The Siemens Martin furnace, also known as an open hearth furnace, is a steelmaking furnace named after the inventors Carl Wilhelm Siemens and Pierre Emile Martin. The open hearth process was developed to enable the use of any proportion of pig iron and steel scraps as furnace charge to produce various high-quality grades of steel, greatly reducing production costs. However, the disadvantages of the open hearth process were evident. The average operation took too long and the energy consumption was high. As a result, it was replaced by more advanced steel-making methods in 1970.
We thought the problem would be solved, but our steel rails still have quality defects. Mr. Lee placed the burden onto Foreman Ting. Ting made a pledge, promising he would get the job done. So that's when Foreman Ting began worshipping the gods? That statue wasn't really acquired by Mr. Lee. It was meant to be a symbol of luck.
Ganjiang and Mo Ye. Ganjiang and Mo Ye were a famous swordsmith couple from the spring and autumn period.
77 and 476 BCE.
Known after forging two sharp swords named after themselves, over 1,000 years many legends have evolved around them. In the spring and autumn annals of Wu and Ye, when Ganjiang was commissioned by King He Lu of Wu to forge a sword and encountered the problem of the metal not melting, he was at a loss. Mo Ye mentioned, for divine objects to transform they require human involvement, recalling his master Yangtze, who once sacrificed himself to the furnace when facing the same issue, resulting in a successful forging. Both decided to cut their hair and nails to cast him into the furnace, thereby crafting two divine weapons.
Who would have thought that Foreman Ting would become obsessed with worshipping gods? He often closes himself off inside the office all day long. He became unusually thin and pale and with a withered face, and he kept on mumbling strange things.
What did he say?
I don't quite remember. Something about Chinese teachings and Western teachings. Chinese traditional values for foundation, Western ideology for practical use? That's it. He said to make steel in Hanyang, do as the ancient Hanyangers do.
Huh?
Well, I don't get that at all. I read that I haven't paid more attention. Otherwise none of this would have.
Were you present when the incident occurred, Mr. Ho?
I was checking the inventory and only heard a bang. When I got there, the fire had been put out. I didn't know until after that was...
Mr. Ho, when and where was the last time you saw Foreman Ting?
I ran into him yesterday evening, right around here. It was almost payday, so I was busy verifying the account book. I went to double check the workers' attendance with Foreman Ting. But when I met up with Foreman Ting, he still appeared absent-minded. He didn't respond when I called out to him. He walked into the office and locked himself inside. Everyone knows that he locks the door when he's worshipping the gods.
When you saw him yesterday, was there anything else unusual about him?
Nothing else? No. Oh, I do remember a small detail though. I don't know if it counts. When I ran into him yesterday, he was wearing a headcloth. I'd never seen him wear one before.
He doesn't usually wear a headcloth?
He thinks it's stuffy, so he rarely wears one.
This detail deserves attention.
I wrote down, Shun. Shun, Miss Wen mentioned going to the metal casting platform to get her camera back. Could it be that she got something shocking on camera?
I need to go to the metal casting platform to speak with those who witnessed the incident.
Shun, does wearing a headcloth even count as being suspicious? Wearing a headcloth in an ironworks not only prevents burns, but also reduces water loss.
People do not make change in habits lightly, not unless there is a particular reason.
Shun, we'll reach the metal casting platform if we go up from here. Huh? There's a camera over here.
This probably belongs to Miss Wen.
It's completely burnt. What a waste of a good camera. Why do you people keep coming up here? I just shoot away a woman, and now two more guys show up.
time for us to start casting our ingots, so go back down right now.
Ah, whoa, it's the detectives. You have to speak more politely.
Huh? Is that Awu and his master?
My apologies for disturbing you both. I still have a few more questions to ask. You're too kind, mister. Just call me Old Chow. Alright. What do you two think of Foreman Ting? We do not have any particular thoughts about the foreman.
He got what he deserved. There's nothing more to say about it. It seems that the two of you don't like Foreman Ting very much. From his point of view, anything anyone else did was always wrong. He just didn't like us.
Ah, well, there's no fault in the foreman having been...
Oh yeah, that needs to be... You gotta remove the E.
having been strict with his demands.
Everyone did as he said, but the last batch of steel rails still got screwed up, didn't it? He was just picking holes.
If there's anything, For the two of you who witnessed the process of Foreman Ting's falling incident this morning. Yes. If I could trouble you two to please tell me what you saw and heard that time. This was the first trial production since the furnace was shut down and renovated. When we began casting, Awu suddenly said, "The foreman is watching us." There he was, standing next to the outlet. Molten steel was coming out and yet he didn't mind the heat. Are you sure that the person you saw at the time was Foreman Ting?
I'm sure. He was leaning on the rail at the time. He looked spiritless and he kept staring downwards.
You didn't notice Foreman Ting before this moment?
No, he just appeared there out of the blue. The railings are super hot when molten steel is pouring out, but he didn't care at all. If he wasn't possessed by something, then what?
Oh, Chow, you said earlier that when you saw Foreman Ting, molten steel was coming out. Did you see Foreman Ting or anyone else open the molten steel outlet shutter? No. Nope.
When we began casting, both molten steel outlets were closed. I remember clearly.
I don't know who did it. It wasn't the time to open the shutter yet.
And then I just watched as the railing that he was leaning on disappeared.
Huh?
Disappeared? You mean the railing broke off and fell into the molten steel along with him? No, it disappeared. Just vanished into thin air. I was watching the entire time. I didn't see anything else fall in.
Old Chow, did you also see the railing suddenly disappear? I didn't see it as vividly as Awu did, but the foreman was indeed leaning against the railing and then he suddenly fell into the ladle. Then it exploded and fire was everywhere. When I looked again, he was no longer there and there were no railings. There was no railing either. Did you notice anything unusual about him this morning?
He was wearing a headcloth that he doesn't usually wear. Nothing else.
Yeah, I saw it too. Gentlemen, we're about to start casting soon.
Just go back down already. Don't be in our way. Whoa, the leader's coming this way. What are you still doing down here? Stay away, sir. Sure will be seeing us upstairs.
Mr. Shun, Mr. Lee is waiting for you in the office. He said that progress has been made in the case, so he's asking to meet up with you, Mr. Shun. I have already finished the investigations and discussed with Mr. Deputy Administrator.
Things seem to be getting stranger and stranger. We still haven't figured out how Foreman Ting appeared out of the thin air. Two more oddities: the disappearance of the railing and the sudden opening of the shutter.
Even if Foreman Ting was able to avoid old Lee, it would be quite difficult for him to be unseen by old Chow and Ah Wu. How exactly could this have been achieved?
Mr. Lee's waiting for you in the office. Head over there as soon as you can.
Away!
Begin deductions.
Investigations have come to a temporary close. Shall we discuss them with Deputy Administrator Lee?
Actually, let's save a Rooney first. Miss Wen has already uncovered the whole story of the incident. Let's listen to it together. Miss Wen, please tell us about your findings. Ting's death wasn't caused by ghosts, nor was it an accident. It was actually suicide. Suicide? That's out of the question. Today is the pivotal moment for the trial production of the Siemens Martin furnace. Ting was engrossed in this affair. There was no way he would kill himself today of all days. It is precisely because of today's importance that he chose to commit suicide. Why is that? All these years, Foreman Ting has been obsessed with studying steel-making technology. He proposed a method that was said to greatly reduce the cost of production. As a result, the Hanyang Ironworks began to receive large orders for steel rails. However, at this crucial moment, severe quality problems with the steel rails were exposed. Ting should have carried all the blame. It was mainly due to the high phosphorus content in the coke that was used. To solve this problem, he made a pledge to improve the technique once more. However, each and every trial production ended in failure. In desperation, he had no choice but to turn to superstitions and legends. What happened this morning was actually a planned suicide, or more like a sacrifice. Could it be that I put too much pressure on him? Tragic. Foreman melds body to iron and steel. National industry less than ideal. This will be the next headline of my news report.
Miss Wen, you seem absolutely sure that Foreman Ting committed suicide. Do you have evidence?
Well, of course. I found Foreman Ting's suicide note on the office desk. Wait. Hold it right there. Where's the suicide note? How come we never saw it? Such precious news material will be obviously needed to be protected. How could you hide evidence like that? I was afraid this clue would be lost, so I took it for safekeeping. How could that count as hiding evidence?
Miss Wen, would it be possible to let me take a look at the letter?
Sure, there's nothing special about it anyway.
For many years, I have given my all to try and make good steel. Nevertheless, all of my attempts and methods have ended in failure. It seems that I should follow the example of Ganjiang and Mo Yin. Sacrificing myself to the furnace will surely move the hearts of the gods. The last words of Ting Ta Feng, written in the office of the furnace factory floor.
Shen, it really is a suicide note. Your Honor, the handwriting does look like Foreman Ting's. Miss Wen, you didn't damage the evidence, did you? Of course not. I kept it exactly the way it was. Under these circumstances, His Shuang, Go and draft an announcement. Announce the whole story of this incident and quell the rumors.
Hold on. Something is questionable about this letter.
It's just an ordinary letter. What's wrong with it?
There is a detail in this letter that conflicts with the existing evidence. Miss Wen, I shall review this letter one sentence at a time and question the problematic ones. Then I shall compare the questionable content with the evidence we have already collected.
Let me take a look at the evidence I got. Says off overtaking yesterday evening near the steam turbines. You was wearing your headcloth. Blueprints of the blueprints was in the wall, including a work drawing of the open hearth furnace and the map of the furnace. Oh, there's furnace number 1, number 2, the generator's there, office, metal casting platform. Office desk. On the desk sat a lamp, paperweight, drawings, a penholder, an inkstone, and other items dust on the inkstone. The inkstone is quite dusty. Silver coins, grayish white powder, outlet shutter, whatever. Yeah.
If I am able to find evidence that contradicts the contents of the letter, I shall present it to you.
Alright, go on then.
Yes. Nevertheless, all my attempts and methods have ended in failure. Seems that I should follow the example of Ganjiang and Moye. Sacrificing myself to the furnace will surely move the hearts of the gods. Blueprints, an inkstone, and some other things. The inkstone was quite dusty. Okay. The last words of Ting Tafa, written in the office. Okay, this is the part that contradicts the evidence, because this is in the furnace factory floor, which is this floor, I'm guessing.
Does Miss Wen believe that Foreman Ting wrote the suicide note in the office?
This letter was written with a calligraphy brush. It was written on the desk in the office.
Then have you ever paid attention to the inkstone on the office desk?
Inkstone?
This suicide note is indeed written with a calligraphy brush. It also mentions written in the office at the end. However, the only inkstone in the office is dry and has accumulated a layer of dust. Evidently, it has not been used in a long time. There's an evident contradiction. This letter could not have been written at the office.
Ironworks are always dusty, so it's normal for dust to accumulate.
Yet there is barely any dust on the desk, not to mention the shrine is completely spotless. It is thus clear that only the inkstone has not been used in a long time.
Well, what if Foreman Ting carried a brush and ink around with him?
Who in the world would carry an inkstone around? You're being too unreasonable.
Is Mr. Detective going to dismiss this possibility?
Miss Wen, you are welcome to make such an assumption. However, there is one detail in this letter that contradicts the signature.
Point out the place that contradicts with the signature.
Point out the place that contradicts this. Okay,
I can't fully read this, so I have no fucking idea where to point out. Oh wait, no, it's all folded? Maybe? Point out the place that contradicts with the signature. It's all folded. Do I go for this? Mr. Shun, you're saying there's something wrong with the creases? Yeah, okay. Precisely. Miss Wen said that she had specially kept the letter as it was to prevent damaging the evidence. Therefore, Miss Wen was not the one who caused these creases. Correct? Okay, so, okay, it was actually a lot more simple than I thought. Yeah, okay, so, okay. Than I thought initially, okay. That's right, I didn't make those creases. When you discovered the letter, it was lying flat out on the surface of the office desk, correct? Yeah. What's the problem? There are creases on the letter. Usually a letter is folded so that it is more convenient to carry. If this letter was truly written by Foreman Ting in the office before he committed suicide, why would he go through the trouble of folding it? Maybe he wrote the letter somewhere else? But the letter clearly states that it was written in the office of the furnace factory floor. That's true. Could it be that the suicide note was forged? That's correct. Someone is trying to cover up the truth of the Foreman Ting's death. What? What need is there to cover up Foreman Ting's death? The workers clearly saw him jump into the furnace. Could it be that the workers who witnessed the incident are hiding something? Cool. Go and bring all the workers who were present at the time of the incident for questioning. Yes, sir. Mr. Detective, you still haven't completely convinced me about the problem with the suicide note. None of us can accurately predict the state of mind of a person before their death. It's also possible that Ting wrote the letter somewhere else, then left it in the office. Although this is highly unlikely, the possibility does exist. We should not make conclusions based on a single piece of evidence. Let's discuss it later. Then let's put the matter of the suicide note on hold and discuss the other doubts first. Fine. Your Honor, all Chow and Awu are here. Come on in. The two of you need to recall the events of this morning once more. Don't omit any details. We spent all morning saying the same things a bunch of times.
Awu, answer his honest question properly.
Oh. At the time, my master and I were in the middle of casting ingots. I suddenly saw the foreman Ting. He was resting against the railing next to outlet number 2.
When Awu informed me what I saw, I noticed that the shutter behind the Foreman Ting was open. So the outlet shutter opened at the same time as the appearance of the foreman. I think he probably opened it himself? Seconds after, Ting suddenly dived forward right after the ladle exploded. Right after that, the ladle exploded. There is one contradiction within their statement that is related to this evidence.
Yep, it's the lever. And how it functions, because how could he have opened it at the same time if the lever is pretty long? Because you have to stand from a distance to activate the lever because of how it works. we didn't see another person on the other side. Okay.
It was impossible for Foreman Ting to open the outlet shutter by himself. He could not have been the only person on site.
Why not?
The lever is very long. To pull it, one must stand on the other side of the molten steel basin. However, when they saw Ting, they also found the outlet shutter open. This could not be achieved by one person alone.
It might not have been completely simultaneous. After all, Awu and I were standing at the other side the entire time. We're staring at the other side the whole time.
Mr. Detective, couldn't Foreman Ting just pull open the shutter and then sprint to the ladle?
No, he could not, because this was present on site. After Foreman Ting pulled the lever, he must have stepped over the basin to reach the falling spot. However, once the outlet shutters opened, the basin will be filled with molten steel of 1600 degrees Celsius. A person could not possibly pass through. To reach this spot he dived from, Ting had to pass through the charging area behind the furnace. This could not be achieved in a short amount of time.
Perhaps Foreman Ting opened the outlet shutter beforehand? And it was only a coincidence that Old Chow and Awu didn't see him do it? The outlet shutter was closed the whole time before the incident. I'm not lying.
Even if Old Chow and Awu possibly missed sighting him. When Ting passed through the refilling area, he was bound to run into the furnace charger Old Lee. How do we explain the fact that Old Lee was completely oblivious to Ting's appearance?
Or did the five ghosts transport him?
Did the Shrine unleash its powers?
Ghosts and gods are not at work here. The will of a person is. One other person must have been present at the scene of Foreman Ting's falling incident. The moment Foreman Ting leaned against the railing, the person pulled open the outlet shutter.
Wait a second. With Old Chow and Awu watching in front of the furnace, and Oli working in the back, if there really was another person present on the site, how could they possibly remain undetected?
By using this piece of evidence, they would have been able to conceal themselves tactfully.
The ladle, yes.
If that person was to conceal their tracks, all they had to do was utilize the ladle.
I got it. Shun is talking about a visual blind spot. This is a so-called blind spot. Does it refer to an area that cannot be seen? Yes, the ladle is 2 meters tall and 1.5 meters in diameter. It would definitely block their vision. But my master and I were standing in different places when we were jousting. One of us will always be looking at the other side.
Old Chow, where were you when Awu was standing during this task? What was your distance from the ladle?
Usually I start on the left side of the ladle and Awu stands next to me. We're close to it.
I have observed the two of you working from the metal casting platform. Both of you have blind spots when you are working, and your blind spots intersect with each other. That is where the suspect hid themselves.
But my master and I don't just stand there. When the ladle moves, we move along with it. When we see them once we start walking.
The reason why you would not be able to see the suspect is because it's quite simple. By moving alongside the ladle, they could continuously stay in the blind spot.
What? That's true. As long as they can't they see the workers won't be able to see them.
because the path of the light is reversible. Interesting. If this was published in a novel or column, I'm sure the readers would be interested. However, I'm afraid Mr. Detective forgot that things falling caused an explosion. If there was another person on the platform at the time, how could they survive?
Yet there were no other casualties in the falling incident today.
How do you explain that?
I believe the suspect could have hidden here.
If they were standing here, because it exploded.
What, could they just hit in this area? Because it can't be here because it's scorched. I mean, it seems slightly less scorched, but I think it still would have been nasty.
Here?
Yeah. The passageway on the right side of the furnace 2 was unaffected. They could hide here. Hidden behind the ladle, they were not far from the passageway when the explosion happened. While Ting's appearance caught the attention of the workers, they hid inside the passageway.
Sounds like the suspect not only knows steelmaking, but also knows people well.
But that still doesn't seem right.
Ah, well, what right do you have to interrupt their conversation? Ah, Wu, what other problems are you aware of?
I clearly saw Ting leaning on the railing. He toppled over because it suddenly disappeared. If the shrine didn't unleash its powers, how could the railing suddenly disappear?
Railings won't disappear into thin air, kiddo. Ghosts don't exist in this world either.
But I saw it with my own eyes. I swear.
I am also 100% sure that you saw things incorrectly. It's easy for people's memories to get confused when they're nervous or afraid.
I didn't see incorrectly.
Miss Wen, are you so sure that Ah Wu was mistaken?
When I was taking photos yesterday evening, the railing was already missing. Old Lee, the furnace charger, was the only person on duty last night. He claims that he didn't install any railings. If you don't believe me, look at this photo.
Shun, there really is no railing above the ladle. But I saw him leaning against the railing.
Stop sticking your neck out, you. Stop sticking your neck out, you. Too much talk is always a loss.
Mr. Shun, if there wasn't a railing above the ladle, that means Ting stood there by himself. The works are also absolutely certain that there wasn't anyone around him. Then how did he fall into the ladle?
That's why I said it was a suicide. However, combined with Mr. Detective's deduction, it's possible someone is helping him.
The disappearance of the railing and Ting's falling may be connected to this.
The grayish white powder.
This is the powder that Ah Wu found near the railings. This powder is actually grayish white particles that have a lingering pungent smell.
This is the residue of a burnt substance. We have only found it at the site of the incident.
This indeed doesn't seem like something used in steelmaking.
We believe that the suspect set up some kind of mechanism inside that caused Ting's falling.
I never thought that the story behind a falling incident could be so complicated.
The mechanism is quite newsworthy. Some kind of mechanism was it exactly?
Well, we still need some time to investigate that.
I've seen a number of Western machines, strange and intricate things that let me in awe. If the mechanism you speak of can be restored, this whole incident will basically make sense. Ghosts and gods were not at work here, but machinery caused it all. However, there's still one thing that I can't understand. The series of plans was quite complicated and required the cooperation of Foreman Ting. Why would Foreman Ting be at the mercy of another?
Huh?
Shen, maybe Foreman Ting was coerced by someone. Maybe someone got a handle on him. Or the lives of his friends and family were threatened?
The suspect could coerce Foreman Ting to walk to the railing of his own accord. He would not have the need to go up to the second floor personally, just told Ting to jump.
That makes sense. Why would Foreman Ting be at the mercy of another?
I'm afraid that Foreman Ting at the time had already come to harm.
How is that so?
Ah Wu claimed that he saw Foreman Ting leaning against the railing, staring directly downward. The railings were burning hot, but it did not matter to him because he could not feel anymore. His eyes were not looking down, but instead closed. This also explains why Foreman Ting did not jump down, but instead dived forward.
So he was already dead before the incident.
Therefore, I suspect this was a murder.
Murder? Then
Your Honor, we need to conduct another round of investigations. Although we have a preliminary deduction of the suspect's MO, there are still many mysteries.
Like how the suspect left the scene?
As well as the suspect's identity and their motive, we still have no clue at the moment.
Ting is stubborn and has offended many people, but he is a diligent man who shouldn't have suffered such misfortune. At present, the ironworks can't afford to be delayed any further.
Your Honor, the nature of a homicide is different. If the villain commits more crimes, the ironworks will lose even more. If there's no conclusion by tomorrow morning, you may draft an announcement to calm public opinion. Besides, I believe Mr. Detective will uncover the truth before tomorrow morning. Isn't that right, great detective?
I'll do my best.
Then let's act according to Miss Wen's suggestion.
Shen, why is Miss Wen on our side all of a sudden? She doesn't seem to mind that she lost you either. I heard that, kiddo. Who said this was a competition?
Huh? The news should be more important to Miss Wen.
How about this? Following incident shrouded with mystery. Detective tries to uncover a conspiracy.
Shun, what should we do next?
If Foreman Ting had already come to harm when the falling incident occurred, that proves that the second floor furnace area is most likely not the primary crime scene. We need to think of a way to find the primary crime scene. These particles only appeared at the site of the incident, likely related to some mechanism. Afu, do you remember what it is?
Not yet, but it smells really familiar. I'll keep an eye out for it in the ironworks. Foreman Ting is really unpopular. Nobody likes him. It feels like everyone has a motive. Even if the suspect used the later to stay undercover and avoided the sight of old Chow and Ah Wu, how are they able to leave this crime scene completely undetected? At the incident, workers were fighting the fire in front of the furnace. They wouldn't have seen them if they walked out from the front.
I believe the safest choice would be the elevator in the charging area behind the furnace.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. But Ali said he didn't see anyone, unless he...
We need to reinvestigate the surroundings of the charging area.
No body, no autopsy. There's no way
to know what unforeseen mishap Formenting ran into. Shen, how are we supposed to find the primary crime scene? We don't even know if he was already dead or in a state of unconsciousness before he fell.
We need to broaden the scope of our investigation. Let's look into places Formenting had been to before the incident.
This is a desk that Supervisor Ho moved here temporarily. There is a headcloth on the desk. Supervisor Ho was using it to bag the money. There's the count button next to it. Let me take a look.
Huh?
All these wages were deducted a lot. The reason is because he worked multiple times. Ao's wages were the second most deducted for being late. All Chow's have also been deducted.
These are circumstances worth keeping in mind.
Shen, the door leads to the backyard. Let's head over there and take a look. Oops. This monument was erected when Hanyang Ironworks was first put into operation. At the time, there were quite a few foreign engineers who came to work at the ironworks.
Hanyang Ironworks Monument. In June 1894, the Hanyang Ironworks was officially put into operation and a monument was constructed for commemoration. Many skilled workers from overseas were introduced at the beginning of the establishment of the ironworks. To thank them for their remarkable contributions, the upper half of the monument was engraved with Hanyang in pinyin and Jude in French. The pointed hammer and flat hammer at the center was an emblem of Hanyang Ironworks. The lower half of the monument was engraved with an olive branch symbolizing peace and friendship. Unfortunately destroyed by the flames of war, this monument is now lost.
These gunny sacks are filled with lime.
How's the investigation going, you guys?
We're still investigating, and there's still some questions we wanted to ask you, Mr. Patrolman. However, we're short on time, so we hope that you can be straight with us.
Where is this coming from? My headache is sometimes good and sometimes bad.
Then is it good or bad right now?
With a murderous suspect on the loose in the ironworks, Mr. Lee is already trouble enough. Did Formenting ever have any problems with anyone? There's quite a few. Let's count Awu in first.
Was it because Formenting was strict and paid Awu's wages late?
Not entirely. Ting was stricter with Awu more than he was with anyone else, so Awu hated him. Formenting came from the backwater countryside and was the youngest in his family. In the past 2 years, his family died of illness or old age. He was the last one left. He was also an old bachelor. There was no one to even handle his funeral affairs. Awu was also born to a poor family. He is clever. Everyone knows Ting treated him like a son. Alas, it's regrettable that Ting was obsessed with steelmaking. He was not considerate at all. Obviously, he meant well, but sometimes his words sounded harsh and mean. That's why Awu kicked over his shrine a while ago.
So Formenting was really quite alone. Sounds so pitiful.
Other than Awu, who else did Formenting have a dispute with? Old Lee is also quite stubborn. So those two stubborn old men often fought. Also, a while back, Formenting even beat up that foreign boss from the laboratory. Thanks to his bad temper, he lost his job in the lab and became a labor foreman here.
I'm sure that's pig iron underneath his topulin. Yeah, topulin. Huh? This isn't pig iron. Shen, there are blocks piled underneath here.
A large quantity of rubber. Is there a need for rubber in the process of steel making?
Not at all.
These rubber blocks belong to Mr. Lee. They're just temporarily stacked here. Awful. Under our feet.
Huh?
Ah, these are scraps of rubber. That means someone produced processed rubber blocks here. There's a uniform over here.
It looks really dirty and it's all covered in rust. Only a worker in the charging area could make their clothes this dirty.
Sir, do you know whom this clothing belongs to? You can ask around and see which worker came by the warehouse today. Are you sure this uniform was discarded today? I just cleaned this place with old Chow and the others last night before we got off work. This situation is worth recording.
A file, screwdriver, saw, a wrench. There are a lot of tools placed on top of this chest. This laboratory is huge! Ah, well, speak of the devil. I was just telling Mr. Robinson about you two detectives.
There are a few questions we would like to ask, Mr. Robinson.
Of course. Allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Robinson, a chemist from England. He is also the head of this laboratory. Mr. Robinson, this is Mr. Shun. Beside him is his assistant, Afu.
Mr. Shun, I did hear thy deductions are marvelous.
This case is still under investigation, so your cooperation will be greatly appreciated.
If it be true, thither is aught I can help thee with, prithee did let me knoweth.
Mr. Robinson, I'm also really interested in chemistry. If there are some experiments that come to mind, can I borrow your laboratory table?
Aye aye.
There are several test tubes and a scale on the laboratory table.
Mr. Shun, what else would you like to know?
Mr. Ho, you seem to be quite familiar with Mr. Robinson.
I speak a bit of Mr. Robinson's language, so sometimes I help him with communications. Mr. Robinson is a very interesting person. I really enjoy talking to him.
How is Foreman Ting's relationship with Mr. Robinson?
Foreman Ting used to be Mr. Robinson's assistant, but their relationship was never too close. You both have probably already heard about Foreman Ting beating up Mr. Robinson a while ago.
Yeah, by Patrolman Koo.
Why did you do that? What was the specific reason for that?
Foreman Ting came to ask Mr. Robinson in private to help him test the steel made by his methods. Mr. Robinson agreed and ran the test over and over again, but the results were unsatisfactory. Foreman Ting was quite stubborn and insisted that Mr. Robinson was being half-hearted. Mr. Robinson only meant to help, so naturally he resented Foreman Ting's accusations. Mr. Robinson's words became quite harsh. Foreman Ting was so angry that he beat up Mr. Robinson. The matter was only resolved when Mr. Lee stepped in. After all, Foreman Ting was just too eager to achieve success. If it be true, thither is aught I can help thee with, prithee do let me knoweth.
And speaking in Old English.
Mr. Robinson, could I ask you to give us an introduction to the task of a chemist?
To beest able to smelt metals, 'tis behooved to understandeth the composition of the minerals, ere deciding the ingredients, proportions, and which refining process to useth. Mr. Robinson is saying before steelmaking we need to know the composition of the minerals. Then we decide on the ingredients, proportions, and which refining process to use. He is responsible for running tests on the composition of various minerals through chemistry. So, Mr. Robinson is also in charge of chemical testing for the quality of the steel rails, right? We not have the arts to explore the caliber of steel rails. What Mr. Robinson means to say is that the Ironworks laboratory does not have the credentials to run tests on steel rails.
Credentials?
Railway constructors, mainly foreign companies, have their own preferred testing institutions. The test reports issued by our ironworks are unable to get approved. Thee speaketh the truth, ho!
I heard that he once served as your assistant. Why was he transferred to the factory floor?
Ting was very talented. I applaud his contributions as mine aid. He doth help me in many ways, and in return it, I eke did giveth him bounteous rewards. Co-equal, so he did maketh an unforgivable misprison. He was a cut purse. He did steal my notes, which had multitudinous data of the essence. He eke did steal laboratory instruments, then did return them the next morn. Oh me, the gods! Doth he truly bethink yond I would not find it out? Everything hither hath a fixed placement. I did knoweth of his trickery aforetime.
It sounds like Foreman Ting just wanted to gain more knowledge.
The lab hath its own rules. I doth not like people who doth not followeth the rules. I muse going to worketh on the factory floor wast the superior answer for Ting.
Shun, once I saw those rubber blocks, I understood everything. The pungent grayish-white powder we found on site was residue from the burning of rubber.
You mean to say that the murderer has set up a rubber rod? There is really. The rubber I have seen in the past is soft and incapable of supporting the weight of a person.
What we found in the warehouse was not just ordinary rubber, but vulcanized hard rubber. At ambient temperature, it can sustain a person's weight and won't easily be deformed. But once the outlet shutter is opened and the temperature is close by rises rapidly,
the rubber will then soften and deform, causing Foreman-Ting to topple over. From a distance, it would seem like the railing had suddenly disappeared. It appears the murderer is very familiar with what is stored inside the warehouse.
Look, Shin, it's the portrait of Zhang Zhidong.
Mr. Zhang advocates education and industry. He's a person I admire greatly.
Zhang Zhidong. Zhang Zhidong, 1837 to 1909, was a representative figure of the Western affairs movement in the late Qing dynasty. He advocated Chinese traditional values for foundation, Western ideology for practical use. Having experienced the Sino-French War, he was deeply aware of the importance of industrial development. In the spring of 1890, as the viceroy of Huguang, he collected funds from various places. After going through hardship, he was finally able to begin the construction of the Hanyang Ironworks in 1891, and began officially producing iron from June 30th, 1894. With the most advanced technology in the world at the time, he produced the first furnace of the molten steel in China. Okay.
A stack of documents, a bottle of ink, and a quill pen are placed on the desk. Huh? This is a chemical test report for steel. Steel in this report is made by using coal from Westphalia. All indexes are up to standard. steel in this report were made by a mixture of Chinese coke grease and anthracite. What a shame! Due to the high phosphorus content, fragmentation easily appears in the steel. It seems that the choice of fuel really affects the quality of the steel. A complete account of iron manufacture. Electricity. The bookshelf is full of technical books. The remaining documents are all in foreign languages. Natural philosophy is the first book I read about the study of physics.
Natural philosophy. During the mid-19th century, the increasingly close cultural exchanges between China and foreign countries, as well as the influx of Western missionaries, brought modern scientific and technical knowledge into China. Natural philosophy, compiled by Englishman Benjamin Hobson, was regarded as an enlightening read for Chinese people on Western science and technology. Divided into 3 collections, natural philosophy touched upon physics, chemistry, astronomy, zoology, and other knowledge. Ideologist Wang Tao evaluated this composition as saying that a scholar who studies the phenomena of nature to acquire knowledge must start from here and set this as their standard.
Sweet. Oops. Clicked out of it on accident. Wen Ko-shi.
Miss Wen, are you also here to investigate the laboratory?
I'm here for the photos. The camera was destroyed, but fortunately the film inside was untouched. Mr. Robinson from the laboratory helped me develop them. What kind of photos did you take? Can we have a look? I only took a few, and most of them are scenery shots. You can see for yourself.
Shun, let's take a look at Miss Wen's photos.
One moment, there are still a few questions that I would like to ask Miss Wen.
Ask away, great detective.
As you are writing a report on the artworks, you must know its recent developments.
Well, of course. I'm a senior reporter. It's really difficult for national enterprises like the Hanyang Ironworks to develop and grow. They need to buy foreign equipment. Even mineral resources are controlled by foreigners. At the market, foreigners control the right to build most railways in China. They're the ones who decide whose steel rails to buy and what the standards for testing are. Take the Shanghai Nanjing Railway with the British chief engineer, for example. The agreement specifies that the British in charge of purchasing take a commission of 5%. Naturally, the British will choose to buy Western products to gain more profit. When they purchase steel rails, they would nitpick at Hanyang Ironworks products. Recently, the ironworks is more competitive due to a method that greatly reduces costs. However, rumors about the bad quality of its steel rails have sent the ironworks to rock bottom.
No wonder Deputy Administrator Lee seems so anxious.
That's why he hopes that my news report can help them restore their reputation.
There are some paper ashes in the brazier that seem to have burned not long ago. This brazier brings back some bad memories. Oh. On the left is a photo of Hanyang Ironworks freight dock. In the middle is a photo of the molten steel basin. We've seen this before. This photo was taken in the office on the furnace factory floor.
Huh?
The office in this photo looks different to what it is like now. Yeah, there's a bag of coins and a lamp.
Miss Wen, was this photo taken yesterday evening as well?
Yep. What about it?
This detail in the photo differs from how the office is now. That seems quite peculiar.
Shun, the money bag and the money on the desk disappeared without a trace. This money was probably taken to pay wages, right? That's right, but there's nothing peculiar about that. Shun, let's take a look at another detail.
Shun, I don't think that's the right spot.
Steel lamp? No. Oops. No, I didn't use that. Whoops. Shun, the blueprint on the wall changed. In the photo, the flowchart of the steelmaking process was placed above the map. But now it's a working drawing of the open hearth furnace.
Furthermore, the map in the photo looks evidently more worn down. Who did it? Why would they suddenly make such a change?
When the incident occurred, I was in the office. The blueprints were switched out then. Shun, do you think this could be related to Formenting's death?
It is hard to believe that there is no connection whatsoever between these two.
Could it be that the suspect did it?
We cannot rule out the possibility that Formenting did this.
Was it necessary for Formenting to replace the flowchart with a working drawing?
Could you not surprise me like that?
Could you not avoid the subject? Answer me. Was it necessary for Formenting to replace the flowchart with the working drawing? Who knows?
No need. Was it? There was no need. Both furnaces are in operation. It didn't make any sense to hang the working drawings up again. Formenting had no reason to change the blueprints, nor did the other workers. Unless a suspect did it.
Go on. Does the suspect have a valid reason to replace the blueprint?
To cover up traces? Was it to cover up traces on the wall? That's not right. The size and location of the blueprints have not changed. Clearly, there was some information on the paper that they did not want us to see. In order to destroy it, they switched out both of the blueprints.
So, what kind of information was it?
Nothing special about the two blueprints in the photo. No traces of handwriting on them either. Aside from its worn-out state, the map is the exact same as the map on the wall now.
Which means...
Perhaps the information exists in some kind of hidden way? For example, the ink that can only be shown under certain circumstances? Or perhaps the paper had undergone special treatment? If there really was such a hidden information, there would be no need to replace the blueprints.
Then the information was left alone.
The information could have only been left alone. After the photo was taken, new information appeared on the blueprints that were torn off.
So what's the new information?
There are too many possibilities.
No, the suspect has only one reason to hide evidence.
The hidden evidence will reveal the crime. Rumors say Ting was killed by ghosts, but he was most likely murdered before falling into the lake. This means that the new information that appeared on the blueprint was... bloodstains? It was most likely bloodstains. The suspect is trying to make people believe Ting was killed by ghosts. If a bloodstain is found on the factory floor, their schemes will be exposed.
Evidence? Give me the evidence that supports your deduction.
Evidence? What other evidence have I yet to consider? Evidence that could indirectly prove that the deceased was injured and bleeding is... discarded uniform! No, this piece of evidence is irrelevant to the Oh, the headcloth. That's right, Foreman Ting abnormally wore a headcloth this morning. The headcloth may have been used to cover scars and bloodstains on his head. However, this is not enough to prove the hypothesis I just made. Unfortunately, the body had already been destroyed, otherwise the autopsy would reveal everything.
Even if it's just a hypothesis, at least it tells us that.
The primary crime scene is most likely the office.
Shun! Shun! Are you alright? Did your headache act up again?
I'm fine. Just now, I have understood something. It is most likely that the office was the primary crime scene. The blueprints were switched out because blood splattered across them.
Whoa! So that's what it was.
However, this is just a hypothesis. We need to find a way to prove it.
If blood splattered onto the blueprints, we should be able to find bloodstains on the wall. But we didn't find anything at all, so it must have been wiped clean. If only we could find a way to test for it. I don't think luminol was invented yet, so, or it could have been. Actually, when was luminol? Oh. A variety of reagents are displayed in this cabinet. Hydrochloric acid, nitric acid, sulfuric acid, ammonia, hydrogen peroxide. They really do have everything.
Afu, what kind of experiment are these reagents used for?
They're mainly used to test the composition of minerals and steel.
I see.
Shun, are you alright?
I'm fine. I just remember a few unpleasant memories.
Holy shit, that actually jump scared me. Oh my god. As long as you're fine. Shun, I just found a bottle of reagent that's quite rare. Perhaps it can be of use? Shun, I've got an idea. In my father's notes, I once read about an ammonia powder that glows when it reacts with blood. I never thought this laboratory would have it. See this one? See this one? The scientific name for it is 3-amino... hydroside. Amino hydroside. Yeah. I can try to prepare a blood detection reagent.
That would be wonderful.
Let's go borrow Mr. Robinson's laboratory table. It's time to prepare the blood detection reagent. Remember, left for items, right for weights. Just need to follow my father's notes step by step. I'm sure it'll be made perfectly. So what's the steps? So first we need to put in luminol. Oh, luminol is involved in this. Okay, so luminol was already invented. Okay. So we need a bit of luminol. 0.2 grams of luminol. And then we need to add in the sodium hydroxide, which is 6 grams. Wait, can the scale only take so much? Oh. Oh, I see. There's a threshold to the scale. 6 grams. What? I think the ones. What? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. So does it want me to get it exactly like that? I'm guessing it wants me to, but it doesn't look like it's up to scale. Oh, I guess it is. It's just okay. And need some 19 milliliters of water. Where's the water? Oh, there. And then hydrogen peroxide. And we need how many? 40. 40, okay. Oh boy, this is the tricky part. Okay. Well, this is mainly the challenging part. Oops. Oh. Classic me. The blood detection reagent is all done. Excellent. Let us go to the office for verification. Away! Also, let's try the elevator on the way down.
Hold it right there, Mr. Shen.
What's wrong, Mr. Patrolman?
You can't go through. The elevator leads to the second floor. The conveyor door is locked. Even if you went up, you still have to come back down.
Oh, okay, thanks for telling me.
Steel ingots casted from molten steel in ladle number 2 after the incident. According to Afu, the remains of the deceased will not be within them. Your Honor, there are a few questions about the shrine that I would like to ask you.
There is no harm in asking. I heard that Mr. Deputy Administrator was the one who arranged the statue. Foreman Ting repeatedly asked me to invite the gods in, and I couldn't argue with him. He was quite concerned about this, and even built the shrine by himself. Who would know that after the gods were invited in, all these terrible things would happen?
So Foreman Ting built the shrine and the altar by himself.
Shen, did we check the altar beneath the shrine earlier?
No matter. No matter. Feel free to investigate it. As long as you can solve the case as soon as possible.
Evidence examination.
A wooden altar, so simple in structure that it doesn't even have a drawer. There are 3 sticks of incense placed vertically on the incense burner. There's a half a stick of red candle in the candlestick that has already been put out. A statue of Ganjiang and Mo Ye. This is just a normal statue with no mechanisms or secret compartments. Huh? Behind the altar is a secret compartment. It's open. Look, Shen. There's a lot of containers and reagents in the secret compartment.
It appears this is the true secret of the shrine.
A crucible, an iron frame, a funnel, a beaker, and a conical flask. A conical flask and a dropper. These are all common appliances used for chemical experiments that are placed on the shelf. There are 3 bottles placed on the shelf, one which can be sealed at the mouth. There's a black mark on the partition board that feels hollow to the touch. It's the result of corrosion. I can't read the label on the body correctly, so I'll open it. There's a gunpowder smell. That looks like nitric acid? I got it, Shen. This is a bottle that contains concentrated nitric acid. Yep, I know my chemistry, baby. Didn't study my science degree for nothing. Biomedical science, baby. The 2 pieces of steel soaked in reagent seems to have corroded. One label says sample made by pig iron burnt with coal from Westphalia. The other label says sample made by a mixture of Chinese coke and coke reeds and anthracite. Ammonium, sodium hydroxide, all kinds of reagents placed on the shelf. I didn't expect there was a whole set of chemical appliances hidden within the shrine.
So he was actually secretly conducting experiments instead of worshipping gods.
I never knew any of this.
Mr. Deputy Administrator, would it be possible to ask you a few more questions?
Go on, Mr. Shen.
Has Mr. Deputy Administrator ever seen these chemical appliances in the shrine?
I never knew that he was secretly conducting experiments. However, these appliances do look like the ones used in the laboratory in the backyard.
Is it possible that Foreman Ting borrowed these from the laboratory?
I can't be sure, but Foreman Ting used to be the assistant to Mr. Robinson, the chemist here, there. Later on, when he needed a foreman on the factory floor, Mr. Robinson recommended him.
Is it not true that he is overqualified for the job as a foreman?
It is indeed more laborious and dangerous to work up on the factory floor than in a laboratory. However, he had great enthusiasm for steel making.
I recall you once said that he had always been studying open-heart steelmaking technology.
Yes, he wanted to improve the formulation of steel to reduce costs and increase efficiency. The minerals obtained by our ironworks are mostly phosphate rocks left over by the Japanese. To produce good steel, we had to buy pricey phosphorus-free coke from the foreigners. Not only are production costs high, the quality has always been unstable. After we use open hearth process, the product quality has improved, but the costs are still high. Ting suggested replacing foreign coke with a mixture of Ping Xiang coke breeze and anthracite. The steel would then be refined in the open hearth furnace as phosphorus is removed. The open hearth process uses the alkaline furnace, which is good at removing phosphorus. Nevertheless, this has nothing to do with the chemical appliances in the shrine.
I heard from the workers that there was a problem with a batch of the products.
Ting's method reduced costs by a third. We also did some tests on its mechanical properties. The results are good. Therefore, we trial-produced a batch of steel rails. Good quality and low price helped us get orders from many railways.
But that's when things went wrong?
Ugh, indeed. The test report from London came back saying that there were quality problems with our products. Reports say that the carbon content of the steel was too low to be durable. The phosphorus content was too high and has prospects of fragmentation. As a result, the construction company for the railways refused to accept our steel rails. The public also accused us of cutting corners on such an important matter. I felt so ashamed.
I'm sure Foreman Ting was also under a lot of stress.
After that incident, Foreman Ting's condition hadn't been so good. So he was actually secretly conducting experiments instead of worshipping gods.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Administrator. Afu and I shall continue investigating following this clue. Mr. Deputy Administrator, we suspect that the office was the scene of the crime.
We need to detect blood. Shall we close the door and windows and turn off all the lights?
As long as it contributes to uncovering the truth, do whatever it is convenient for you to.
Afu sprayed the blood detection reagent throughout the room.
Look, Shen. It's blood. Blood on the walls and on the floor.
Is everything that is glowing a bloodstain?
It appears that we need to reinvestigate this room. The bloodstains on the wall are mainly cast off pattern bloodstain with a wide range. Preliminary judgment: the murder weapon was not a knife, but a blunt object instead.
Huh? Could the murder weapon be something inside this room?
If it is an object in this room, the murderer probably committed a crime of passion.
There's a blurry bloodstain on the floor with an uneven thickness.
This is a swipe pattern bloodstain left by the murderer when they cleaned the crime scene.
Swipe pattern bloodstains. Swipe pattern bloodstains are bloodstains left upon the contact area from a moving source through collision or friction. Generally irregular and shaven, can be identified through demarcation.
Okay. You see, those parallel lines at the edges are swipe marks. Scattered spots surrounding the blurry bloodstain that seem to be projected bloodstains. This is the result of blood colliding and splattering all around.
Projected bloodstains. Projected bloodstains are bloodstain patterns that are created when some form of energy has been transferred to a blood source through impact or force, resulting in blood spatters that fall upon surrounding surfaces, generally categorized as impact spatters, splash pattern bloodstains, back spatters, and expirated blood.
Such traces often appear in the scene where the victim is repeatedly hit with a blunt instrument. There are 2 long cast-off pattern bloodstains on the board of name badges. The cast-off range is wider than any of the cases I've seen before.
Shun, the name badges are blocking the bloodstains. Shall I take them down and test them?
Sure, but keep a record of the hanging positions of each name badge.
Understood. The hanging positions could also be clues.
I've already tested all the name badges and there weren't any reactions to blood.
The bloodstains on the copper board are continuous and unobscured.
Shun, does this mean that the crime took place before the workers started work?
You are correct.
The wall with blueprints has cast up patterned bloodstains as expected.
The cast of range is quite wide, so the murder weapon seems to be something that is very long.
I'll take down the map and paste it back on later.
Huh?
The bloodstain on the wall stops when it reaches the map. The murderer really switched out the blueprints to hide the bloodstains. Shun's deductions is incredible. Shun, I have a bold hypothesis.
Go on.
My instinct tells me that the murder weapon was the statue of Ganjiang and Moye.
The weight is appropriate, but the shape seems to be a bit short. You can try to test it.
I've examined the shrine and the statue closely.
There's no luminous reaction at all. I guess it wasn't the statue. If only my instincts were as sharp as Shin's.
I do not rely on my instincts to solve cases, though.
Was it the lamp? I've already tested every object on the desk, and there weren't any reactions to blood. Chair? There weren't any reactions to the blood on the tables, chairs, and teacups over there. Shun, do you think the steel rail sample on the display shelf could be the murder weapon?
You might as well try testing it.
I'm afraid I can't.
What is the matter?
Luminol reaction. Luminol is a chemical reaction first synthesized in 1853. Okay. And it emits blue light when oxidized, due to the bivalent iron and blood acting as a catalyst for this reaction.
Oh, because it's made out of iron, it would just react to it immediately. Okay.
Forensic science began to use it in the 1930s to detect blood traces at crime scenes. The luminol reaction is highly sensitive, capable of detecting blood stains that have been wiped away or are very old. In story, the use of luminol by Afu to detect blood is...
In the story, the use of luminol by Afu to detect blood is a fictional element. Okay. Oh yeah, because I was like, why didn't he just use the luminol? Why did he have to make a specific reagent from the luminol? Couldn't he just use the actual luminol? Okay. If the reagent is applied to the steel rail, the results might be inaccurate. The steel rail sample on the display shelf could be the murder weapon. However, due to the limitation of the reagent, the results might be inaccurate. The steel rail sample... Oh. There are no bloodstains on the wall near the code of practice. There isn't any reaction to the blood on this clock, which means it's not the murder weapon. I've already tested the... Okay. There weren't any reactions to the blood on the tables, chairs, and teacups over here. The steel rail... Oh no. What else am I supposed to look for? Shun, these two bloodstains look really strange. This one looks like a symbol drawn on the bloodstained floor.
The other one looks like a stamp, and it feels somewhat familiar. Something that could leave such a large bloodstain shouldn't be the murder weapon, right?
That is highly possible. Alpha, this trace is very important and needs to be specifically recorded.
No problem. Shun, I know the principle behind the shrine unleashing its powers.
Is it related to the chemical reagents inside the cabinet?
Exactly. The so-called powers of the shrine is actually... Remember when Awu kicked the shrine? I bet he accidentally knocked over the concentrated nitric acid in the cabinet. The acid has a gunpowder smell. When it evaporates, it produces a yellowish white smoke.
If that is the case, then Awu fell ill because he inhaled the acid? Inhaled acid?
Yes, nitric acid harms the respiratory tract. Awu was close by. He probably inhaled a lot. They are afraid of ghosts that don't know chemistry. It's easier for them to be superstitious.
Alpha, that was good deducing.
Heh, classic me.
Apparently, worshipping the shrine behind the closed doors was just a cover. Foreman Ting was actually conducting some kind of a chemical experiment in secret.
Huh?
But there's a laboratory in the factory. Why didn't he just go there to conduct experiments?
Obviously, he did not want anyone to know. He must have had a reason.
Well, what are you doing here?
Did you just say that the foreman was murdered? At present, it is highly likely that he was murdered.
Mr. Shun, you believe what I say, right?
Yes?
I remember something strange. My master doesn't let me say much. I'm not sure if this is important or not. There's no one else here, Awu. Be at ease and tell us. This morning, I noticed that the crane hook was not stationed at its usual position.
Where is this crane hook usually positioned?
It's supposed to be between the furnace number 1 and furnace number 2. But when I got it here this morning, I saw the crane hook stationed in front of furnace number 2.
Huh?
Is it possible that someone used the crane hook during working hours? Not likely. No one would move the crane hook if we weren't casting iron ingots.
So you suspect that someone used the crane hook last night?
That's right. Thank you, Awu. This really helps with our investigations. Anyway, hurry up and find that murderer.
The existing evidence is enough for me to sort out some doubts.
Old Lee, the factory floor is already quite arid. Why is there a tarpaulin covering the iron? Ding instructed us to do so. He was afraid the bulk material and the iron would be mixed up.
Old Lee, there's still a few questions I would like to ask about this morning's incident.
If there's anything else you need to ask, then just ask.
Chen Chunping briefed only on the recent analysis.
So you're saying that Foreman Ting was murdered? And was it because he provoked that thing in his shrine?
course, we went to the office and nothing happened.
Old Lee, between last night and this morning, have you noticed anything unusual? Or perhaps, have you heard any strange noises?
Nothing unusual or any strange noises.
Were you working at the second floor furnace area all night?
Yes. Sometimes I take a break, but I never left. Not even for a second.
You spent the whole night on the second floor and found nothing unusual. That conflicts with
The hook.
the movements of the crane hooks are exceedingly noisy. If you were really here all night, how could you not have known that someone used the crane hook last night?
Yeah.
Unless you were the person who moved the crane hook.
It wasn't me. Last night, I did in fact leave the second floor furnace area.
Where did you go?
I stayed up past midnight. I was very hungry and I went to the dock to have a midnight snack. No way, if you left, who was looking after the furnace? The furnace could be unattended for an hour after materials are shoveled in. Patrolman Cool can prove it. Whenever I'm on duty, we go to the dock together around that time. I swear, I'm not lying.
I'll trust you on your words for now. Is there anything else that you are hiding from us?
No.
Oddly, have you ever opened the conveyor door after the incident?
Well, that's...
If you keep fumbling, it'll just increase our suspicions.
Well... Fine then. After the incident, I did open the conveyor door without permission. The fire was so intense, it's only natural that I fear death.
It's only human nature for you to flee for your life, but why'd you keep this a secret earlier?
There are rules of operation that require workers to put out the fire as a priority. I didn't have the guts to stay, but I was also afraid they would cut my pay. I have a family to support, so many mouths to feed.
Pieties only, we just want to uncover the truth. We do not intend to cause you any trouble.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
After the incident, Oldie had opened the conveyor door, so the suspect probably left through it?
The splashes of molten steel make it impossible to pass through the stairs in front. For a long time after the incident, the conveyor door was the only way to leave the second floor.
Shen, I understand now. There are only 3 possibilities. The murderer was Old Lee, someone Old Lee covered for, or someone left the scene after Old Lee. Shen, doesn't this mean that the person who didn't arrive at the scene immediately after the incident is the most suspicious?
That is true. Even if that person is not Old Lee, there would be someone who is quite familiar with Old Lee. That is why you could predict Old Lee's behavior and use it to his advantage to carry out the plan. We have already examined all the places that could be investigated within the ironworks. It is time to ask Deputy Administrator Lee to gather everyone for a discussion.
By gathering us all here, I'm sure that Mr. Shun has come to a conclusion. There's no time to waste. Please begin right away.
Through investigations, we can confirm that the death of Foreman Ting was a result of a murder. The furnace area where Ting's falling incident occurred was actually the secondary crime scene. The murderer used a mechanism to make Ting jump into the ladle, staging a suicide. The presumed disappearing railing was actually a fake railing that was made from rubber.
We found a batch of hard rubber blocks in the warehouse as well as traces from processing them. This kind of vulcanized rubber won't easily deform at room temperature. But when molten steel flows out, the rubber will gradually soften due to the burning heat.
The softened rubber railing wouldn't be able to sustain any weight at all.
Tings falling caused an explosion, burning up the rubber railing, which disappeared completely. The grayish-white powder we found outside was the residue from the burning of rubber.
Those rubber blocks belong to Hubei Arsenal and are stored here temporarily. Who knew that it would be used by someone with ulterior motives?
This proves that the murderer knows the warehouse inventory like the back of their hands.
After the incident, Old Lee could not withstand the heat and opened the conveyor door. So all the old murderer had to do was to take the elevator after Old Lee left to make their getaway.
If the murderer was on the second floor the entire time, how come Old Lee never noticed them?
That is because they were able to find a perfect hiding spot. The murderer must have hid in this location.
Probably hid in the iron heap. Because out stealing them with a tarpaulin.
This is a sheet of dust cover. At the time, the murderer hid underneath it along with the body.
The furnace charger would have found them once he went to shovel materials. It takes 8 hours to purify steel in a furnace. Iron is required in the beginning. After that, only subsidiary materials are needed. Yes, that's right. There's no need for me to go back after I've shoveled the iron. This murderer is quite familiar with the steel making process, huh?
Based on what Mr. Shen said, wouldn't it be easier to say that Oli was the murderer?
That's true. He's the only person on the second floor. It would be easy for him to hide a body. It wasn't me. That's just like putting a kangu on an innocent man. I've been wronged. Mr. Shen, you know this more than anyone else. It really wasn't me.
Considering this piece of evidence, I believe that Old Lee is not the murderer. Coins. Yeah, I don't think he's the murderer. This new uniform stained with rust was discarded by someone and left in the warehouse. Only the chest and knee areas of the uniform were stained extensively with rust, and the rust only appears on the heap of iron scrap. It suggests the wearer lying on his front in the iron heap. If Oli was the murderer, there was no need for him to hide in the iron heap.
Indeed, his job is there anyway, and it's not unusual for Oli to be stained with rust. Instead, a person who doesn't usually wear a uniform is more likely to do so. Which means the murderer most likely isn't a worker. Yet they are familiar with the inventory in the warehouse and the steel-making process.
Miss Wen, being able to forge a suicide note should also be taken into consideration.
Oh, of course! The murderer not only can write, but is also capable of imitating others' handwriting.
It appears that Shen has come to a conclusion. Please identify the murderer as soon as possible. It was you! No. Is the chicken still there? No. No, it's not you. It was the coroner! No. Kujue. You're familiar with the steel making process, and they're apparently not a worker. What, it was Mr. Robinson? I mean, he was in a fight with him earlier. But then again, what would he have to gain from killing him? Well, we saying the guard did it? The patrolman? So wait, think about the evidence. He was familiar with the process, had to discard the clothing, or the uniform. And they also had to be familiar with the steelmaking process. So I don't think Kutsue would be the one to do it. Could it be Mr. Robinson? No. The murderer was Robinson. He's familiar with the steelmaking process and he had a dispute with Foreman Ting. He doesn't need to wear a worker's uniform, so he has to change it to one behind in the heap. However, Mr. Robinson doth speaketh and writeth with a Shakespearean accent. Yon's wherefore, thither's nay where he could have writ a suicide note like yond. He has no fixed working hours, and he was out attending a banquet last night and he just arrived. Well, let me look at the evidence again. He's greedy and he rarely gives up free information. Could it be him? Could it be the deputy administrator? I don't believe it. Yond had an alibi. I see. I was negligent in my judgment. I shall think it again. It appears that Shen has come to a conclusion. Please identify the murderers. Oh, yeah, I don't get penalized for that. That's pretty funny. It was me! No.
He's well informed. Him? No, it's the murderer. The murderer was Patrolman Koo. What? The patrolman's job allows you to know everything like the back of your hand. What item is placed where, who will appear at what time, as well as the rumors of the factory. No one knows better than the patrolman. I'm afraid you two have some misconception about me. After the incident this morning, I've been patrolling the ironworks. Everyone can prove this.
Shen, although this person is quite annoying, he does have a point there.
Well, indeed, this was my oversight.
Okay, now I actually get penalized.
The deputy, I guess the deputy administrator? Oh my god, I even get a bigger penalty for accusing him! Oh, that's pretty funny. The murderer was Mr. Deputy Administrator.
Mr. Shen truly believes I was the one who did this.
Usually, you wear an official uniform instead of a worker's uniform. You are familiar with steelmaking, the warehouse inventory, and the layout of this ironworks. It would have been effortless for you to accomplish all of this.
Tcha! That's absurd. I've been showing Miss Wen around the ironworks all morning. She can prove it.
Oh, right, yeah. Whoops!
I was also talking with Mr. Sheng last night. Would you like to ask him to testify? Of course, there's no need to. This was my oversight.
Whoops. Hold on, let me double look. Let me double check this again. Could it be him? But what would he have to murder? I'm looking at the count book. No, it's not her. Oh wait, could it be Yenwoo? Okay, well, actually, could it be him? But then, hold on, let me double check. The murderer isn't most likely a worker. Most likely isn't a worker. Okay, so it isn't a worker. Okay. What, the supervisor? I guess the supervisor? The supervisor? Okay, it is a supervisor. Okay, I should have just went with my gut and went with the supervisor. The prime suspect of this case is you, Mr. Ho. Supervisor Ho does meet all of the conditions, especially about the one about imitating handwriting.
Hussein, what is the meaning of this?
Your Honor, I believe that Mr. Shen is probably mistaken, like all those 3 times he just did. He first accused Mr. Robinson, and he accused the actual deputy administrator, and then he also accused the patrolman. If Ahmed Ting was murdered, the murderer would have to drag his body to the 2nd floor. I'm just a feeble scholar, so it would have been impossible for me to do so. That would not be so difficult, as long as you use this for support. The hook. Did he use the hook? After charging materials into the furnace, Oldie usually takes a break from work for 1 hour. You knew about Oldie's habit, so you took advantage of Oldie's absence. Started the crane hook, then transported the corpse to the 2nd floor furnace area.
If Mr. Shen thinks I'm the murderer, then fine. Go on and regard me as the murderer. Hey Swung, I trusted him to investigate this case. It's his duty to report suspicious people. You have any objections? It would be best that you prove your innocence.
You do not need to force Supervisor Ho to prove his innocence, Mr. Deputy Administrator. Since I suspect Supervisor Ho, naturally I will provide the evidence to prove it.
My gentleman should not be humiliated. There's no need for hypocrisy, Mr. Shen.
In that case, would Mr. Ho be willing to have a debate with me?
True gold does not fear fire. I shall not succumb to your injustice.
Ooh, new mechanic.
May I ask the reason why Mr. Shen suspects me?
I regard you as the prime suspect is because you're the most consistent with the features of the murderer.
I read the book, The System of Logic. Deductions need to be logical. All features of the murderer summarized before. If you insist that these are the characteristics of the murderer, I do indeed fit the requirements. However, that doesn't mean I must be the murderer, does it?
You are overgeneralizing. Based on your only two features, Iron Maid and sturdiness, there's no way to complete a deduction that can be made.
Aren't you the same, Mr. Shen? Haven't you heard the story of the blind that feel the elephant? How would they react when someone clear-sighted appears?
You are wrong.
How am I wrong? The so-called features of the murderer that you claim of are just pieced together by rumors and sayings. There's no logic behind it at all. You're the only one who's actually overgeneralizing.
Ow. Fuck. I don't know. Oh my god, I don't. Can somebody give me the mechanics on how to do this minigame? Oh my god.
Cannot possibly be compared with the steel rails. Oh my god.
Ah, fuck. Oh my god. Is there a timer? I can't tell if there's a timer. Oh my god. I totally fumbled this one. Ah, shit. Oh my god. I wasn't oh my god. Bruh. Bro, what is this mechanic? How do I do this game? Oh my fucking god. No, this is a game over. Fucking goddamn it. Oh my god, are you kidding me? That's so annoying. The game never bothered explaining how the mechanics work. I can't tell if the timer was actually a timer. Oh my god. Bruh, what is this fucking minigame? I thought it was gonna be something like Cyclops, but apparently not. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Okay.
Mr. Ho, you are refuting a covert replacement of my property.
I'm using the wrong voice.
What I said was the prime suspect, not the murderer. A man with features so that the murderer is not necessarily a murderer, but the murderer must be among those who meet such features. All people who meet these characteristics are all suspected of being the murderer.
Mr. Shen, you keep blurting words suspect and murderer. You're the one who is misleading. Your so-called deduction is all speculation based on testimony.
Yeah, okay, I was able to react in time. I'm able to confirm because we found the bloodstain in the office. This is the actual primary scene of the crime.
How? How could this be?
Alpha made a reagent that glows when it interacts with blood.
Does such a reagent really exist? How come I never heard of it? He was just bluffing.
Mr. Lee saw our investigation process with his own eyes. I can test it again right in front of you. Even bloodstains from a long time ago can be detected.
Long time ago.
You just give him a fucking opening. Now he's gonna suggest it's happening.
You're absolutely right, little Arfu. Those could be traces from a long time ago. Considering that, how can you be sure the murder happened last night?
No, fuck! Ah, god damn it. No, it's not. I can tell because the bloody bar's still there. Yeah, no. I got a bit hasty because I can't tell if the time. I can't tell if there's a timer because the line keeps advancing. So like, I think there's a timer. It's not really giving me time to think. Yeah, no. Switch out blueprints. There we go. I'm able to prove the time of the blood spill. The bloodstain breaks in continuity when it reaches the blueprints. No bloodstains were seen on the wall behind the blueprints either. This proves the blueprints on the wall were switched out by someone. The missing section exists on the switched out blueprints. And the blueprints were switched out last night.
So, that doesn't prove anything. Who knows if the blueprints had bloodstains from a long time ago? In my memory, those two blueprints were smudged and dirty anyway.
Mr. Ho, you still have yet to realize the crux of the matter. I can determine when the blueprints were switched out is because yesterday evening Miss Wen took a photo of the office. In the photo that was on the wall with the blueprints, there were no bloodstains on them at all. This means the blood's been refuted, I guess.
You have a silver tongue, Mr. Shen. I admit defeat.
So you're pleading guilty?
That's not the case. All I did was lose the debate. Where's the crime in that? Moreover, the debate we had just now is entirely based on an assumption.
What assumption?
That little Arfu's reagent is actually able to detect bloodstains. I studied chemistry at the Ironworks school, and I have also read countless foreign books. I have seen a number of fluorescent dyes, but I've never heard of a blood detection reagent. It's possible that it's just a street trick, like changing the color of water or something.
How is my reagent just a street trick now? It's mainly composed of luminol and hydrogen peroxide. The iron in the blood can catalyze the decomposition of hydrogen peroxide to generate monooxygen. Monooxygen can oxidize luminol, and that is what makes it glow. You should understand the principle behind it since you've read books.
So that means the detection of blood is actually the detection of iron?
Oh shit. That's right, even the tiniest amount of iron can be detected. Oh, shut up off. Oh, god damn it.
Little Arfu, this is an ironworks. Iron is everywhere.
What? Generally, steel and ironware won't give false positives, but rust or iron reagents will.
Formantane used to conduct experiments in the office that even resulted in explosions. It is also possible that some reagent containing iron was splashed at the time.
Well, that could be possible, but the pattern of the bloodstain...
You can't even be sure that they're bloodstains. What's there to say about the pattern? It's hard for Mr. Shen's deductions to convince me. He swung as a certain truth to his words. Your Honor, in my humble opinion, All of Mr. Shen's deductions are just mere assumptions. Your Honor, murder is a serious crime. This matter shall never be handled carelessly. It would be inappropriate to act with undue haste.
Shun, it's my fault for being thoughtless. A reagent containing iron will indeed cause luminol to glow. Ho insists that murder didn't take place, and Mr. Lee seems like he's almost convinced now. What should we do?
We need to think of another way to prove it.
No corpse and no bloodstains are being taken into consideration. What else is there to prove?
A murder weapon. Once a murder weapon is identified, we can prove that this was a homicide.
You're the best, Shen. You got an idea right away.
Huh?
But how did we find the murder weapon in such a short amount of time? The suspect is so cunning that they must have already destroyed the murder weapon.
All contact leaves traces. The evidence is non-existent, but instead undiscovered. All objects and all images settle in different locations sequentially. This figure actually looks quite familiar.
Something that could leave such a large bloodstain should be the murder weapon, right?
It is clear to me now the murder weapon was a weird symbol on the ground.
You killed someone with... Oh, but then again, it was repeatedly bashing him with the rubber, but... Was it the rubber? Can you murder people by bludgeoning them with rubber? I guess, well, I mean... What, did he beat him with the rubber? With a rubber rod? With a vulcanized rubber rod? And then set it up so that it'll be burned at the same time? That's my guess, probably. Because, yeah, he would have disposed of it by now. But then it's got a symbol on it. Looks a bit familiar, it's like a symbol.
What the fuck is a symbol?
Oh, he hit him with the coins! Wait, did he hit him with a bag of coins?
The murder weapon was silver coins. Silver coins? Do you really believe that money makes the mayor go? Mr. Ho, these are not just ordinary silver coins, but the wages received from you. There were two bloodstained symbols on the floor, one of which appears on the silver coin. How could a few silver coins be able to kill anyone, Mr. Shun? The piece of evidence will explain how silver coins were used as a murder weapon. The bag. The key to making silver coins, the murder weapon lies within this. Mr. Shun, if there's any mystery within this photo, please point it out directly.
The bag.
It may be impossible to kill with one coin, but a bag of coins is enough to be a murder weapon. Please see here. This is the emblem of the Hanyang Ironworks on the money bag. This is another bloodstain we found at the crime scene. Its pattern is perfectly consistent with the lower half of the Ironworks emblem on the bag. After the killing, the murderer put the bloody bag onto the floor, leaving behind a trace. What money bag? What silver coins?
Mr. Ho, if the money bag wasn't in the murder weapon, why did you wrap the wages in a headcloth?
He swung. I recognize the money bag in the photo. Isn't it something you often use? What's going on? Where's your money bag? Mr. Lee, Supervisor Ho suggested that you paid wages in advance to reassure the people. When in reality, it was to dispose of the murder weapon.
This behavior alone is enough to show that. Oh, Hishuang, you are the murderer.
Oh, Your Honor, I accidentally ripped the corner of the money bag this morning due to my negligence. To prevent the loss of silver coins, I used a headcloth to wrap around the money instead. I got rid of the damaged money bag without a second thought.
You destroyed it, didn't you? The blood on the silver coins can be washed away, but the blood on the money bag can't.
Blood? What blood is there? Don't forget, young boy, your reagent can't determine whether the traces on the floor are bloodstains or a reagent containing iron.
Huh?
I seriously have no idea how you came to the conclusion that I am the murderer. In the end, you have no conclusive evidence to connect this matter to me.
You?
The only way to nail him down is to find direct evidence that proves Supervisor Ho was involved. What kind of evidence could it be?
How about I help you sort out the events of this case?
There is no need. I can do this myself. Review the whole case and figure out which part of the murderer's plan would leave traces. Then I will need to present the evidence that proves Supervisor Ho was involved. In the office, Okay. In the office, he was murdered with a bag of coins and carefully cleaned up the crime scene. There was a way he used the crane hook to move the body to the second floor. He shaved the rubber in the warehouse and set up a rubber railing before working hours. Once finished, he hid in the iron cover with the tarpaulin, waiting for the right moment to appear. When the casting began, he used a ladle to create the incident. In the corridor. He used the elevator to flee the scene. Would leave traces, then you present the evidence that proves. Where would he leave traces? So we killed him with the money bag. Well, the traces wouldn't be in the office because we tried looking for it and, well, unfortunately we can't find it. Where would it be? No, we wouldn't have been able to check traces of iron because that would iron traces would already be on the hook, so there's no point. And the rubber's already been burned off. So maybe in the tarpaulin? Then, which spot would leave traces?
Use the ladle to create the incident and hid in the corridor. And only when to check upon the explosion he hid back into the iron heap. Already leave traces. Use the elevator to flee the scene. I'm gonna use the hint. Hiding in the iron heap will leave marks on the body, which might be detectable using a certain item. On the body? So wait, we're using luminol. Okay. The conclusive evidence lies right upon the... If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Hold on. What else can I do for you, Mr. Shun? Since you insist that you did not murder anyone, to prove your innocence, could you allow Afu to test your hair and clothes? Shun Chu-ping, you're going too far. He's wrong. Since you're innocent, why would you be afraid of a test? Your Honor, I didn't murder anyone. It's only natural that bloodstains won't be detected on me. But I'd rather die than be humiliated. That's strange. It seems that by doing so, your innocence will be restored. The ancients were willing to break all the bones in their body to prove their innocence. You're telling me that you're afraid of a few drops of reagent, Mr. Ho? I'm completely innocent. Of course I'm not afraid. Oh, okay, so we're testing his body for iron. Well, for blood, specifically. I also need a staff member in the ironworks to take this test. Best someone who isn't a worker. Patrolman Ku, please cooperate with them. Sure thing. Yep. Oh, look! Supervisor Ho's glowing. Could it be that blood is detected from his clothes? That's impossible. I've never been stained with blood. What made the luminous glow was not blood, but in fact rust that was left on Supervisor Ho. This is the conclusive evidence. What? What are you talking about? Mr. Ho, the iron and rust will also cause the luminol to glow. This is something you yourself have been repeatedly emphasizing moments ago. There's a very crucial part of your plan. To avoid running into Oakley, you have to hide underneath the topulin multiple times. All contact leaves traces. There is a rusty steel strap underneath the topulin. Even if you wore a uniform on the outside, the cuffs of your sleeves, the hems of your clothes, and your hair are bound to be stained. I'm working in the iron works all year round. It's only normal to be stained with iron. I knew you would say so, which is why I asked Patrolman to act as control in an experiment. He also works in the ironworks, yet there is little to no luminol reaction on him. How would you explain this then? Well, that's... When I was making an inventory of the iron ore this morning, I tripped and fell. I guess the cuffs and hem of my shirts were dirty then. How could there not have been such a coincidence? Sometimes it's just the luck of the draw. Mr. Ho, how did you fall so that rust got all over your braid? I slipped and fell on my back. You just lied and gave yourself away, Mr. Ho.
There's not much of a blue glow on your braid as there is on the top of your head.
You tricked me. This is outrageous.
Mr. Ho, we can also make a comparison with the traces on the uniform. We will see if the traces on the uniform can match the traces on you. After leaving the furnace area, you had to show up as soon as possible to avoid suspicion. Then you discussed with Mr. Deputy Administrator about paying wages early to destroy the weapon. Right after, Afu and I arrived at the ironworks and began our investigation. Therefore, you did not have the time to deal with the traces on your person. That was the reason why you were so flustered earlier. Confess, you have no more excuses.
That's right. I did it. You Sung. Why?
You Sung. Why in the world?
Why in the world would you do this?
What voice do I give him? What voice do I give Ting?
Your son, I found a method that can improve the steel-making process. From this day on, we won't have to buy expensive coke from overseas anymore. Our cost is 1/3 lower than that of Germany and Japan, yet the quality is almost the same.
Foreman Ting, you finally done it.
I've been waiting for my whole life for this day, and now our railways can finally use steel rails made by ourselves.
Foreman Ting, the test report from London is here. It says that the steel rails made with your new method have a risk of fragmentation.
Fragmentation? That's impossible. We've just completed tests on its mechanical properties and there were no problems at all.
I'll leave the report in the office. You can take a look for yourself.
This doesn't make sense. Every segment was undoubtedly...
Foreman Ting, you should take a break. You haven't slept in 3 days.
This test. There must be something wrong with this test report.
You can ask Mr. Robinson to test it again. However, Foreman Ting, it's still because of the coke. It's time to accept reality. Mr. Lee has already decided to continue purchasing Westphalia coke. Foreman Ting, please understand that this is mainly due to consideration for the production time.
Huh. Well, I should congratulate you then, Supervisor Ho.
Foreman Ting, what? What do you mean?
You've been fooling the entire factory for months. Tell me, how many benefits have you and Robinson received from them?
Foreman Ting, what are you doing? Don't come near me. Foreman Ting. Foreman Ting! You mean, in a moment of desperation, you accidentally killed Foreman Ting in self-defense? Yes. Mr. Sun, what do you reckon?
It was self-defense, it was not self-defense. Even the blood splatter. Maybe it was self-defense? Cause like, I'm having trouble trying to put together a motive that would actually want him to kill him. Oh, but then again... Ting seems to have accused him of falsifying the report. And I guess he planned to expose... Oh no, because he was testing the reagent... He was doing the test himself with the secret reagents in the shrine. So then he probably found a way to expose him... expose the fact that he falsified the reports.
I do not think
he acted purely out of self-defense. There are projected bloodstains on the floor and patterned bloodstains on the wall. This shows that the murderer continued to hit Ting on the head even after he fell to the ground.
Oh yeah, and that too, yeah.
Doing so was just to ensure that Foreman Ting's death was certain. Your way of disposing the body was impossible to carry out without planning in advance. Therefore, even if you murdered Foreman Ting impromptu last night, your murder scheme was deliberately planned.
So what exactly is the truth?
Foreman Ting suggested a method of steelmaking that uses cheaper materials. This method reduced the cost by cutting off the purchaser's source of wealth. This is the reason why Supervisor Ho and Robinson colluded to falsify the test report. To persuade Mr. Lee to continue purchasing pricey coke so that they could make money from it. Ting suspected the report was false, but he failed to challenge the authority of Mr. Robinson. So he conducted experiments in the name of worshipping gods to prove the report was wrong. Yet Supervisor Ho took advantage of this as well to create the illusion of Ting's suicide.
Ho Swung, you treacherous leech. Leech? Your Honor, I did all of this for the ironworks. So what if I cooperated with Mr. Robinson and interfered with our self-inspection report? You think I'd be able to tamper with the report in London? Chemical testing, phosphorus content, standards of the process. Those are all shackles that they're forcing us to wear. Even in the newspaper besmirching us are owned by them. They're holding our lives by the neck. What do we have that could ever counter that? Oh, Swang, have you no shame? Rights to build railways in China have already been divvied up among the foreign lords. There was a tremendous profit in every segment. We were under the spotlight after we successfully sealed several steel deals a while ago. You used to be run to follow behind them, yet now you're trying to flip the table over. Do you think the foreign lords will allow the ironworks to continue standing in the spotlight?
Well, given the current modern era about who now produces what, the materials and products for what companies of the modern era, it's now China that produces most of our shit instead of the other way around. Oh man, that's some foreshadowing.
You, by purchasing expensive coal, you're just returning a portion of the benefits back to them.
Is this how you justify filling your own pocket?
This way the ironworks will survive while I can earn a little money. A way of living. You have brought me such disappointment. Have you lost your ambition to build industry in China? Ambition? Can you eat ambition to sustain yourself? With shackles everywhere, how will we ever be able to improve the prosperity of the country?
However, since the test report was falsified, that means even though he could only use low-quality minerals and cheap coal, Ting did make good steel.
So what?
It means that foreigners aren't the only ones who can make innovations in steel-making technology.
You can't be so naive as to think that a little innovation can change the situation, can you?
You'd be surprised, sir.
It's just the wishful thinking of an ant that wants to move trees.
If Foreman Ting's technical innovations are really as insignificant as an ant, why would the foreign lords you speak of sabotage and falsify the test reports?
Without the accumulation of each speck of innovation, how can we compete with foreign countries?
With determination, even mountains can be moved. With unity, our nation is bound to thrive. I will write about Foreman Ting's story in my news report so that I can inspire more people.
So many hardships in running in ironworks, we won't succeed if we choose to muddle along. Ho Swang, a man as short-sighted as you would never understand the weight of such responsibility. Someone take Ho Swung away and get Robinson in this office immediately.
And that's it. That's the case solved.
It's all thanks to you, Mr. Shun, that the matter of fomenting is settled.
I was just performing my duties. It's not worth mentioning.
It's too bad that Robinson ran away. Don't let him get away with this, Mr. Lee.
I promise I'll do my best to deal with Robinson. Mr. Shun, I would like to have a few words with Arfu in private. Would that be...
Arfu, I'll wait for you outside.
Arfu, I thought you looked familiar ever since I saw you. Could you be the son of Mr. Su?
Huh? Do I look that much like him?
Of course, being so knowledgeable at such a young age, it's quite a spitting image of him. Back when your father was the deputy administrator of the ironworks, I was just a greenhorn.
It's hard to imagine what Mr. Deputy Administrator used to be like.
Apu, have you seen the books in the laboratory?
Yep, I read them all super attentively a long time ago.
Those books were all written and translated by your father. Last, it's a shame. It's a shame God is jealous of talents. An explosion.
Your Honor, that's all in the past.
Yes, people need to look forward.
Don't worry, Your Honor. I'll keep passing down the knowledge of physics.
Excellent. Like father, like son. Come back and visit Hanyang often, alright? This is your home.
I will. Sorry to keep you waiting. Huh? There's a good smell coming off you, Shun.
Here you go.
Sesame cake!
You might as well help me check to see if it's laced with any lockout drugs.
All done, sweet and crispy, no poison whatsoever. Huh? Aren't you gonna eat any, Shun?
I'm not a fan of sweets. Moreover, Afu.
And I think, yeah, we'll end it here. Yep. Farewell for now. And see you in the next stream. Because we've been going on for almost 5 hours, so yes.